T-minus 5 minutes. Five, four, three, two, 1, 0.
From south of the Rockies, coming live from deep in the hearts of the jungles of Yucatan, this is Reality Decoded. I am your host, Ardy. This is Midnight in the Jungle. Prepare yourselves, folks, for another exploration throughout the realms of mystery, down the corridors of conspiracy, and across the avenues of alternative possibilities. So sit back, relax, and enjoy another episode of Midnight in the Jungle, brought to you from Shit Video Productions. Watching from, but it is a midnight in the jungle, even if it is just a metaphorical midnight. But a very warm welcome back to those of you who have chosen to come back and join me, RD, your host here at Reality Decoded, for another outing brought to you from Shit Video Productions. So stick around, folks. We have a great show lined up for you, lucky viewers, this evening. I can't promise you an exciting show. I can't even promise you an enjoyable show. Might even be a far stretch to say it's going to be an interesting show, but I can promise you this much, folks. It is going to be an informative show, but you won't know unless you stick around and watch to the very, very end. So get ready to open your minds, to expand your imaginations, and to broaden your attention span to the furthest possible limits, as we are about to embark on another journey of discovery here at Reality Decoded for the latest episode and installment of Midnight in the Jungle, proudly brought to you, as always, from Shit Video Productions. What's up? Welcome, regular offenders, and I do hope that this stream finds you well. And I would also like to point out it is greatly appreciated that a few plucky regular offenders are willing and brave enough to tune in to Reality Decoded, and it certainly is nice to know that a few people are willing to watch RD. But thanks, guys, for tuning in once again. Forgive me if I do skip over the pleasantries. you guys have had enough time, I would have thought, within the duration of the countdown and the intros to say all your hellos, welcomes, and small talks. And I really do like to believe, even if it is a lie that I choose to believe is true, that you guys do tune in for the content and information that I am about to bring you. So we are going to dive pretty much straight into it this evening, folks, and this evening's topics is gonna be about memetics and memes. Now, memes is something I've been ranting on about for quite some time here at Reality Decoded, and some of the non-returning offenders were a little bit sick and tired about me keeping rabbiting on about the dangers of memes, which most people kind of can grasp the concept that they could be possibly weaponized and a threat to humanity's ability to think independently, and a form of mind control as well as a propaganda distribution mechanism. Now, everybody has seen a meme, most people have shared a meme, very, very few people have actually gone out of their way to make a meme, but hardly anybody questions as to where memes actually come from, and if you think they are organically generated by random individuals around the world that just come up with a quirky idea and a catchy catchphrase to accompany with a popular image of something like perhaps Kermit the Frog, Leonardo DiCaprio, a funny Oompa Loompa woman, or maybe a blonde woman pointing at a cat eating a salad. One way or another, guys, you have seen a meme, and you have been subjected unwillingly to the messages that are contained within that meme, and what nefarious purposes memes could possibly possess. We are about to explore this evening at some lengths of great depth, and I must apologize in advance, folks. There aren't really any videos for your enjoyment and viewing pleasure. There is an awful lot of me talking and reading articles. Spoiler alert, spoiler alert. But if you are prepared to stick around and stay tuned, you are going to be in for quite a journey of discovery, and I'll have your minds opened as to what memes exactly are. Right, guys, before we do get into the reading of articles, I wanted to bring you over to the site formerly known as Twitter, or X as it is called these days, to give you a little bit of an example of how memetics actually works, and I'm going to draw your attention to a contemporary memetic that I noticed over the last couple of days frequently popping up as I do briefly scan through my Twitter feed, and I really do not spend an awful lot of time a day looking at Twitter. It really is sort of one of those bathroom pastimes, if you know what you mean. But in a short amount of time that I did scan Twitter just the other day, I did come across a memetic that was obviously being pushed to manipulate the minds of the masses and to encourage similar behavior. And I don't know if or not you can see there in the search bar, I have typed, "I hope this email finds you well." The you well you cannot see, but I can assure you it is there. And if you can cast your mind back to about 5.5 minutes ago, you can remember I opened this part of the stream with the phrase, "I hope this stream finds you well." See where I've come? It was a little bit of a segue into where we are going, and was a modern day memetic. So without any further ado, guys, let me just show the and expanse of the medic. I hope this email finds you well, as you are about to see as I start to scroll up. Now, first of all, we can see Gabe. I hope this email finds you well. And then there is a gif of somebody, it looks as though they're working in a kitchen. No context Brits. I hope this email finds you well. Underneath how this email found me, and there is a picture of a funny Oompa Loompa woman that was recently seen at the Willy Wonka experience in Glasgow. It was quite the fiasco. It is gone viral, and nothing goes viral without accident. And you may have heard about the Willy Wonka experience, or may in fact have even seen the weird Oompa Loompa woman, who has now become a meme template. But continuing with the scrolling, the middle market man. Again, I hope this email finds you well. And below how the email finds me, looks like a steel ball hitting somebody in bed. A couple of commercials to quickly scan by. I hope this email finds you well is my goal for the week. I'm not sure what that is, but James Archie, I hope this email finds you well. How the email finds me, and there's a picture of a funny man with a moustache playing a ukulele. I don't know the name of this person. Them. I hope this email finds you well. How this email finds me, and there's a picture of a devil sitting on a couch in some thigh-high boots. Simon B, I hope this email finds you well. How this email found me, and once again it's the weird Oompa Loompa woman from the Willy Wonka experience fiasco in Glasgow. Michelle K. Camp, I hope this email finds you well is lawyer speak for are you sitting down. Here we see Tom, I hope this email finds you well. How this email finds me, once again the weird Oompa Loompa woman. Lewis, I hope this email finds you well. How the email finds me, Oompa Loompa woman again. I think that's 5 times in a short space of time that we've seen the Oompa Loompa woman. It was the Oompa Loompa woman that I saw in a short space of time while taking a dump on my Twitter feed that sparked me to think, wait a minute, there is clearly a memetic agenda at play. Let me do a search and see how many other memes I can find with the phrase, I hope this email finds you well. Cut 4, I hope this email finds you well. Where the email finds me, and there's a picture of somebody at a baseball field. It looks like Michelle K. Camp. I hope this email finds you well. The email accuses me of inefficient assistance, of course, relating to a case from over a decade ago where the client ignored my advice. Mike Fox, I hope this email finds you well. Should be a criminal offense. Can't read the name there. I hope this email finds you well. There you can see another funny picture. I hope this email finds you well. Picture of a strange woman, news presenter by the looks of things. I hope this email finds you well, aka fuck you, pay me, written there. Didn't go to the links or extremities of sharing a meme. Jason, I hope this email finds you well. Me, and obviously that isn't Jason, that is just a GIF, and I never understand why grown adults think it's cute or funny or remotely amusing to share a picture of somebody else doing something they would never do and then say it's them, or in this case me, and not me because I'm not sharing the meme, but you know what I'm getting at. And as we go on, guys, you can see the razor. I'm convinced anyone who uses I hope this email finds you well as their email preview text is a robot, and that is actually probably the most sensible tweet we have seen regarding this. And yes, I do truly believe that an awful lot of bot accounts have been armed with the phrase and the popular memetics, as you are seeing. I hope this email finds you well, and has distributed that narrative for non-bot users to adopt as their own and share away till their hearts are content. But here we look down. The razor is actually shared a meme. Never use I hope this email finds you well as your email preview text. And there's Batman / slapping Robin. So yeah, he's about the only words of wisdom we have come across so far in this little search. Not the troll people hitting Adam with the "I hope this email finds you well," and there's an emoji of a skull there, and how the email finds Adam, and there's a picture of a confused individual there. The Razor really is pushing this bots, and don't be like all the other bots and use "I hope this email finds you well." Kaylee Logan, "I hope this email finds you well. How this email found me," and there's a picture of a Muppet or maybe a Fraggle, I don't know, but it certainly looks like a Jim Henson puppet. Jaslim, "I hope this email finds you well," and then there's a picture of an individual looking very nonchalant and unaffected. Siri, "I hope this email finds you well. How the email found me," and there's a picture of stuffed Pepper the pig toy. So you can see, guys, just exactly how many of these people are bots, how many of these people are real, but you can clearly see that this is a memetic that is being pushed and has influenced hundreds, thousands, maybe not millions of people. Now, we haven't seen the weird Oompa Loompa woman for some time, but we will continue to scroll and scroll and scroll until we find her again before we finish this segment. And well, look at that. Speak of the Oompa Loompa woman, and two shall appear. There she is again. And will there be any more? Yep, there we are. Third Oompa Loompa woman. So clearly, guys, hopefully this example in this little screen recording of a search on Twitter is giving you enough evidence to suggest that this isn't organic. People around the world didn't just suddenly wake up in the morning and think, "Do you know what would be a great idea? If I typed, 'I hope this email finds you well,' and then put a picture of a funny Oompa Loompa woman. That would be hilarious. That's going to get me at least 16 likes and 2 retweets." Or do you believe that this is an artificially intelligent, created phrase and a campaign to otherwise influence the minds of the masses that would have never, ever otherwise have thought to have used the phrase "I hope this email finds you well," and then accompany it with the picture of a funny Oompa Loompa woman? Let me know what you think, guys. Is this organic or is this artificially intelligently created? Start out here at good old Wikipedia. It's a wonderful source of information and misinformation and all sorts of whimsical knowledge, but we're here at Wikipedia just to kind of refresh ourselves a little bit on exactly what memes are. Prior to when they became popular social media tools of manipulation. And if or not you share and agree with my thoughts and opinion that memes are forms of mind control and thought implantation as well, is the manipulation of the masses into a desired thought train, is up to you. You're free to not share and agree with that thought and opinion and provide thoughts and opinions of your own for further debate. But no further ado, let's get on and nonetheless see what Wikipedia is saying about what exactly memes are. And almost immediately my eyes have become extremely screwy, although they weren't screwy when I was just reading through prior to pressing record. So anyway, a meme is an idea, behavior, or style that becomes a fad and spreads by means of imitation from person to person within a culture and often carries symbolic meaning, representing a particular phenomenon or theme. I will add here at this point in brackets, or propaganda. A meme acts as a unit for carrying cultural ideas, symbols, or practices, again in brackets, propaganda, that can be transmitted, just like a virus can be transmitted, from one mind, again, the word they use there, one mind to another, through writing, speech, gestures, and rituals of sharing and agreeing, for example, or other imitable phenomena with the mimicked theme. Supporters of the concept regard memes as cultural analogues to genes, in that they self replicate, mutate, and respond to selective pressures. 99% of you aren't brave enough to share and agree, would be a selective pressure. They are selecting if or not, or giving you the choice to select if or not you're brave enough to share and agree with the meme. And by thus doing it, you are self replicating that meme by sharing and agreeing it. So, as I said, first paragraph hopefully should have given you a little bit of an eye opener, but this is a refresher. We have already previously over at TSP TV from the archives there have a couple of streams on mimological warfare and mimetical mind control. I did actually post those on TSP's brand new Facebook page today for some of you to maybe binge watch on mimetics today. And if you are or one of those individuals that chose to watch those two streams prior to this one, then this is kind of like the trilogy, maybe, or not a conclusion to those previous streams. I do not know. But anyway, proponents theorize that memes are a viral phenomenon, and the memes do spread virally, and it is the viral memes that spread are the memes that you need to be particularly aware of, because these are designed to go virally and to manipulate the minds of those that share and agree with them. And it is a viral phenomenon that may evolve by natural selection in a manner analogous to that of biological evolution. And again, we're talking about how they're digitally replicating the natural frequencies of the earth, and how some of this technology is used and can be designed as purposeful mind control weaponry. Another way to back up and ensure that you're getting mind control is to provide you with imagery and mind control on those devices of mind control weaponry, doubling up your mind control in one little bundle. But anyway, you can emit the EMF frequencies, and then while you're under the influence of those EMF frequencies, then you can provide the visuals, just like in Clockwork Orange, guys. And that is exactly kind of how memes are a danger, because they propagate the subliminal mind. When you're scrolling through, even the memes that you don't share and agree with are implanted into your mind subliminally. This is what we're talking about, thought implantations. But back to this, they can evolve similar to that of biological evolutions. Memes do this through the process of variation, mutation, competition, and inheritance. So sometimes variation. There are some cunning people out there that see a meme that is very popular and being shared a lot, and then they sort of get a similar image and copy and paste or just copy the text onto that meme that they recreate and then post it again. And then some people mutate that meme by saving the meme that they've saw and then maybe adding a sticker or an emoji or something else to it to make it their sort of own. And then these memes in turns sort of bait for competition on social media news feeds to be shared and agreed with. And some of us inherit those memes as our own individual faults as a result. But each of these will influence each of which influence a meme's reproductive success. So the more people that share and agree with it, the more it gets reproduced, and the more that thought gets implanted into the minds of the sharers and the agreeers. Is this starting to sink in, folks? Less prolifically, they may become extinct if they're not shared and agreed with. A lot of the memes that I personally create myself don't go viral and transmit or get replicated or mutate. They just die on their own after Nancy's given her obligatory sticker comment response to it. But anyway, while others may survive and spread, and for better or for worse, mutate, memes that replicate most effectively enjoy more success, and some may replicate effectively even when they prove to be detrimental to the welfare of their hosts. Second for that to sink in. Memes are detrimental, can prove to be detrimental to the welfare of their host, and they might be detrimental to the welfare of their host by removing the host's independent ability to think for themselves. But a field of study called memetics, something we've spoken a lot about at TSP TV and quite a lot of weeks and months prior to COVID, we did speak about memes in regards to mind control, and throughout the COVIDian era, the spread and rise of the people that are becoming sharers and agreeers to popular memes is becoming quite startling. But the term memetics rose in the 1990s to explore the concepts and transmission of memes in terms of an evolutionary model. Criticisms from a variety of fronts has challenged the notion that academic study can examine memes empirically. I can't read that. Sorry, it's a bit squinty, and when it's in blue, yeah, never mind. Moving on. However, developments in neuroimaging, sorry again, blurry eyes, may make that word I can't read, study possible. Some commentators in the social sciences question the idea that one can meaningfully categorize culture in terms of discrete units, and are especially critical of the biological nature of the theory underpinnings. Others that have argued also that this is the use of this term is the result of a misunderstanding in the original proposal. So, sort of, memes is kind of, as we will discover a little bit, sort of how behavioral patterns of society do work. Monkey see, monkey do effect. We see people wearing skinny jeans, so eventually we start wearing skinny jeans. And when people suddenly stop wearing skinny jeans and start wearing bell-bottomed jeans, we start wearing bell-bottomed jeans. We see people that have earrings, we wear earrings. We hear people listening to certain music, we listen to the same music that they're listening to. Memetics spreads through fashion cultures, and this is how behavioral patterns of society are you know removed or introduced to society, and are we being reduced to a copy and paste, share if you agree society for the one world order? But the word meme itself is a neologism coined by Richard Dawkins, originating from the 1976 book The Selfish Gene. Dawkins' own position is somewhat ambiguous. He welcomed suggestion from Kay Humphreys that memes should be considered as living structures, not metaphorically, and proposed to regard memes as physically residing in the brain, although Dawkins said his original intentions had been simpler. He approved Humphreys' opinion, and he endorsed Susan Blackmore's 1999 project to give a scientific theory of memes, complete with the predictions and empirical support. So, etymology. The term meme is a shortening modeled on gene of meme. I can't say that, but you can read it for yourself. meme for best attempt of pronunciation, but which comes from the ancient Greeks. Again, another sort of difficult word to say, mimemia, which means imitated thing itself from mimeshtai, from mimos. So there's a couple of words of origin that the word meme comes from, and it means basically to imitate or to mimic. The word was coined by the British evolutionary biologist Richard Dawkins in A Selfish Game, as we just read, as a concept for discussion of evolutionary principles, explaining the spread of ideas and cultural phenomena is how are spread via memes. And examples of memes given in Dawkins' book include melodies, catchphrases, fashion, and technology of building arcs. You know, a lot of buildings here in Toronto are part of the Agenda 2030 stack and pack boxes in the sky for you all to live in. They all look very, very similar to sort of, you know, what I call Lego architecture. They all look almost identical or mimetical. And just to give you an example of mimetical catchphrases, be sure to hit the bell, smash the like, and subscribe. Those are some mimetical rhetorics for you. There is a picture of Dawkins. In early formulations, although Dawkins never invented the term meme and developed meme theory, he has not claimed that the idea was entirely novel, and there have been other expressions for similar ideas in the past. For instance, the possibility that ideas were subject to the same pressures of evolution as were biological attributes was discussed in the times of Charles Darwin. T.H. Huxley of 1880 claimed that the struggle for existence hold as much in the intellectual as in the physical world. A theory is a species of thinking, and it is right to exist is coextensive with its power of resisting extinction by its rivals. So again, extinction of memes would be by not sharing and agreeing with it, and it only becomes it only exists the more that is being shared and agreed. So by putting ideology, propaganda in behavioral kind of context within memes that are being shared in this spreads, and this is how society is breeded. So it starts with the thoughts, implanting the thoughts and the behavior, the desired behavioral patterns in the form of mnemonics that you then share and agree, and then hopefully you then continue to share and agree those within your daily routines. But in 1904, Richard Simon published Die Meme, which appeared in English in 1924 as the meme. The term meme was also used by Maurice Maeterlinck in The Life of the White Ant, with some parallels to Dawkins' concept. Kenneth Pike had in 1954 coined the related terms emic and etic, generalizing the linguistic units of a phenomenon, morpheme, grapheme, lexeme, and tangmeme, as set out by Leonard Bloomfield, distinguishing insider and outer views of communicative behavior. To try and explain what that is, again, putting the communicative behavior in the terms of it would be the text part of the meme that you share and agree with, and then they will add a picture that will either reference what they are saying or make a satirical, humorous portrayal of what they're saying. Either way, never a truer word than that in jest. But the word meme originated in the selfish gene, as we've already heard about a couple of times in this, and Dawkins cites as inspiration for the work of a geneticist, L. Cavalli Sforza, anthropologist F.T. Cloak, and ethologist J.M. Cullen. Dawkins wrote that evolution depended not on the particular chemical basics of genetics, but only on the existence of a self-replicating unit of transmission. In case of biological evolution, the gene, in terms of psychological evolution or in intelligence um, evolution, intellectual evolution rather, the means transmitted from person to person introduces the information to the individual that then retains that information and then shares it accordingly. But for Dawkins, the meme exemplified another self-replicating unit with the potential significant in explaining human behavior and cultural evolution. How culture evolves is through memetics, the culture of playing hacky sack. People, we used to see people playing hacky sack on TV and in the movies and maybe at the beach, and then they went home and played hacky sack themselves. And Kilroy was here, an old meme from yesteryear, and that became popular in the 1940s and existed under various names in different countries. We used to call them chads in England, illustrating how a meme can be modified through replication. So that's what we do, is kind of put the chad looking over the wall in something we'd no football pitch, or what no milkshakes. That was sort of what, and then you'd kind of what no would be the sort of the catchphrase, and then you would mutate it accordingly to whatever topic you wanted to. But it was a form of memetics that you may be familiar with and were unaware that was memetics. Sorry, I've done that thing again. We won't go too much longer into this Wikipedia. As I said, it does get a little bit boring and it is already hurting my eyes. But Dawkins used the term to refer to any cultural entity that an observer might consider a replication. He hypothesized that one could view many cultural entities as replicators and pointed to melodies, fashioned, and learned skills as examples. Memes generally replicate through exposure to humans who have evolved as efficient copiers of information and behavior. Because humans do not always copy memes perfectly, and because they may refine, combine, or otherwise modify them with other means to create new memes, they can change over time. Dawkins likened the process by which memes survive and change through the evolution of culture to the natural selection of genes in biological evolution. Just like fashions come into to popular, practices, I guess, sooner or later those fashions become extinct and get forgotten about. As do some sort of bands and musicians, one-hit wonders and stuff. Dawkins defined the mean as a unit of cultural transmission or a unit of imitation and replication, but later definitions would vary. The lack of a constant, a rigorous and precise understanding of what typically makes up one unit of cultural transmission remains a problem in debates about memetics. In contrast, the concept of genetics gained concrete evidence with its discovery of the biological functions of DNA. Meme transmission requires a physical medium such as photons, sound waves, touch, taste, or smell, because memes can only be transmitted only through senses. And we also get to see them visually now, not only touch, taste, and smell them, we get to see them on our social medias. Dawkins noted that in society with culture, a person need not have descendants to remain influential in the actions of individuals thousands of years after the death. But if you contribute to the world's culture, if you have a good idea, it may live on intact long enough after your genes have dissolved in the common pool. Socrates may or may not have had a gene or two alive in the world today, as G.C. Williams has remarked. But who cares? The mean complexes of Socrates, Leonardo, Copernicus, and Marconi are still going strong today. And that is where we will leave Wikipedia on memetics for now, because as I said, it does go on, and you are perfectly free to go and continue and read all of this on your own. And there's lots and lots more there to look at evolutionary influences, memetics, criticism of mean theory, applications, religious, architectural, internet cultural. So memes, people, make up an awful lot more of society than just the quirky little things that we see on our social media newsfeed that we share and agree with. And are they harmless little quirky tools of amusement, or are they something far more sinister? Stay tuned. Memes of Manipulation continues almost immediately. And welcome back, guys. There was only a very short intermission between the previous article and this article from Wired magazine, and its title reads, which I'm sure you can see, How Russian Trolls Used Meme Warfare to Divide America. A new report for the Senate exposes how the IRA used every major social media platform to target voters before and after the 2016 election. There's a picture of the Russian flag and some symbology there, I'm sure. But there is, and this comes from 2018, by the way, this article, and please, I apologize, get Wired for just $10.95. It's actually $5. We're not going to do that, but there is a meme on Instagram, and isn't there? When isn't there in the meme on Instagram? Pretty much any given moment, there's a meme on Instagram or Facebook or you name it. There's a meme somewhere right now being shared and agreed with. But there is a meme on Instagram, the article says, circulated by a group called Born Liberal. At first, it holds a cluster of strings reaching down into people with television sets for heads, and the text declares the people believe what the media tells them they believe. George Orwell, the quote is surely false, but it is also perfect in a way. Born Liberal was a creation of the Internet Research Agency, the Russian propaganda wing that might as well be part of Oceania. In other words, we live in a time when America democratic debate is being influenced by liars spreading memes about our inability to understand the truth. This particular meme is one of many revealed in a new report released on Monday, commissioned by the Senate Intelligence Committee and written by New Knowledge, a cybersecurity firm whose director of research, Rennie DeRista, is a Wired contributor. This report, along with a second one written by the Computatorial Propaganda Project at university, we never say that word if you're from Swindon, where that university is situated, certainly not in this week when we lost the derby to them. Stuff you have no concept of, I'm sure. But university that we will not mention, and Graphic offers the most extensive look at the IRA's attempts to divide Americans, suppress the vote, and boost then candidate Donald Trump before and after the 2016 presidential election. The report sheds new light on the way the IRA trolls targeted African Americans and the outsized role Instagram played in their work. Also calls into questions statements tech executives have made under oath to Congress in the past 18 months. The report by New Knowledge is based on a review of 10.4 million tweets, 1,100 YouTube videos, and 116,000 Instagram posts and 61,500 unique Facebook posts published from 2015 through 2017. This is not a complete data set of Russian influence operations, but it is still the largest such analysis to take place outside of the companies themselves. And it shows that the Russians weren't just running a bland content farm churning out propaganda in broken English. The operation was deeply sophisticated and at times downright funny, as the report's authors note. The IRA was fluent in American trolling culture. But the most explosive finding in the report may be the assertion that both Facebook and Google executives misled Congress in statements. The researchers suggest that Facebook dissembled about the IRA's voter suppression efforts on the platform in written responses to Congress in October. Following the testimony of Chief Operating Officer Sheryl Sandberg in October, he said Sandbag, that would have been comical. But in October, she said something back in October. I lost my train of thought thinking about sandbags there. But anyway, at the time, the company was asked, does Facebook believe that any of the content created by the Russian Internet Research Agency was designed to discourage anyone from voting? Facebook responded, we believe this is an assessment that can be made only by investigators with access to classified intelligence and information from all relevant companies and industry. A Facebook spokesman went on to add that on Monday morning, we continue to fully cooperate with officials investigating the IRA's activity on Facebook and Instagram around the 2016 election. We've provided thousands of ads and pieces of content to the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence for review and shared the information with the public about what we found. Nevertheless, the report lays out ample obvious examples of how Facebook and Twitter were both used to discourage turnout. In some cases, the trolls tried to mislead people into texting their votes in, and in others, they encouraged Americans to vote for third party candidates like Jill Stein or give up on voting altogether, which messages that read, fuck the elections. And I agree, actually, fuck the elections. Your vote has never mattered or never contributed to anything as a foregone conclusion. They just give you the impression that you're getting to choose who keeps you imprisoned in your invisible prison of solitude. It's not solitude. You sometimes have family and friends around and pay your visits, but you also get visiting time at the correctional facility. But meanwhile, the authors of the report questioned Google's disclosure just before the Senate Intelligence Committee hearing in October 2017. At the time, the company put out a statement saying that none of the IRA linked YouTube accounts was targeted to the US or any particular sector of the US population. Yet the researchers found out, in fact, that the 1,100 total YouTube videos they discovered, 1,063 focused on police brutality and Black Lives Matter. 571 of those which had keywords related to the police and police brutality. While the statement was likely talking about advertising targeting, the report's authors believe that it appears disingenuous to, and you can read the full report at the bottom of this story. We conducted an in-depth investigation across multiple product areas and provided a detailed and thorough report to investigators. As we said at the time, videos on YouTube are viewable by anyone. Users can create videos intended for certain audiences, but there is no way to target by race on Google or YouTube. Yeah, right. Elbow cough, elbow cough. Is it either Laurie or Glynis that likes the elbow cough emoji? insert it right now if you're watching. Glynis or Laurie, forgive me if I forget which one exactly it is. But Google spokesman said in a statement on Monday afternoon that it's impossible to target race videos for race, by race, I guess. The focus on police brutality and content in targeting African Americans wasn't limited to YouTube. Among more than a dozen web domains the IRA registered, the vast majority, including Do Not Shoot Us and Blacktivist Info, were aimed at black communities. Of the 33 interesting, most popular Facebook pages linked to the IRA, nearly half focused on black audiences. This effort was particularly successful on Instagram, where the account at Black Instagram amassed more than 300,000 follows and elicited more than 28 million reactions. Much of this content seemed designed to stoke distrust among American Africans in democratic institutions and depress black turnout for Democratic Hillary Clinton candidate. Conversations around the IRA's operations traditionally has focused on Facebook and Twitter, but like any hip millennial, the IRA was actually most obsessive about Instagram. Instagram was perhaps the most effective platform for the Internet Research Agency. The new knowledge researchers wrote, all in, the troll accounts received 187 million engagements on Instagram. So just bear in mind, guys, that's 187 million sharing and agreeing engagements, or certainly a large proportion of that will be sharing or what do they do, rehashing, I don't know what it is on Instagram, or retweeting, I'm thinking of. But about 40% of those accounts they created had at least 10,000 followers. That isn't to say, however, that the trolls neglected Twitter. There, the IRA deployed 3,841 accounts, including several personas that regularly played hashtag games. That approach paid off. 1.4 million people engaged with the tweets, leading to nearly 73 million engagements. So bear in mind, some of the things that you share and agree with on your social media come from these such accounts that design exactly the propaganda, the narrative, the text, and the visuals to create an exact reaction in you that will prime you to share and agree with that mimetical rhetoric, guys. And this is what I'm telling you: share your own thoughts and opinions, not the thoughts and opinions that you've been suggested to share and agree with on your news feed. But most of this was focused on the news. Well, on Facebook and Instagram, the Russians prioritized deeper relationships, according to the researchers. On Facebook, the IRA notched up a total of, again, 33 numbers for you there, guys. Interesting. 3.3 million page followers who engaged with their politically divisive content. 76.5 million times they engaged with that politically divisive content. But Russia's most popular pages targeted the right wing and the black community. The trolls also knew their audiences. They deployed Pepe memes, that was a funny little frog look, at pages intended for right-leaning millennials, but kept them away from posts directed to older conservative Facebook users. Not every attempt was a hit, while 33, again 33 that number, of the 81 IRA Facebook pages had over 1,000 followers. Dozens had none at all. Hit and miss, guys. The IRA trolls aimed to pit Americans against each other with divisive memes, tools of division, tools of manipulation. And these memes is now well known that they put the Americans against each other with these memes, and it is now well known. But this latest report reveals just how bizarre some of the IRA's outreach got to collect personally identifying information about targets and perhaps use it to create custom and lookalike audiences on Facebook, or something trolls do, and I may or may not done in my days of trolling, is create a clone account. So basically what you would do is you'd go onto the person's social media page that you want to clone, and start downloading all their pictures. Then you create an account with the exact same name and then start posting comments on their account under that new account where it looks like it's them that is interacting. Causes all sorts of fun and games, believe you me. Don't suggest you should do that, but clone accounts, and this is what they do, kind of collect your thoughts and opinions, and you're sharing and agreeing memes, and then replicate that into a clone account that may or may not replace your actual account. But anyway, these lookalike audiences on Facebook were some of the things that they went to do. But the IRA Instagram pages sold all kinds of merchandise that included LGBT sex toys and many variants of triptych and 5-panel artwork featuring traditionally conservative patriotic themes. The IRA also worked to recruit offline converts with job listings, some of which revealed just how the trolls were willing to go to carry out their plot. One Facebook page called Army of Jesus offered free counseling to people with sexual addiction using ads that read, "Struggling with addiction to masturbation? Reach out to me and we will beat it together. Signed, Jesus." The report also points out new links between the IRA pages and WikiLeaks, which helped disseminate hacked emails from Clinton campaign manager John Podesta in the weeks leading up to the election on October the 4th, 2016. Days before the first email dump, the researchers found Facebook and Instagram posts about WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange, with a reinforced his reputations as a freedom fighter. What these millions of digital artifacts do show when taken together is just how much planning and coordination went into the IRA's scheme. This obviously is influencing general elections with memes is probably the top of their operations, but these companies and organizations, not just the IRA, there's probably hundreds and hundreds of these organizations that do have, copycat accounts, clone accounts, shill accounts that are designed to spread and manipulate the minds of the masses through popular viral memes. But it is important to stress that all of this represents organic activity. That is to say that Russian presence unrelated to the relatively small ad spent that Facebook executives pointed to as the story first unfolded in what the report authors describe as an attempt to downplay the problem. The authors note that even silly memes can change minds. While many people think of memes as cat pictures with words, the Defense Department and good old DARPA have studied them for years as a powerful tool of cultural influence, capable of reinforcing or even changing values and behavior. What are the Department of Defense and DARPA doing researching extensively for years into memes for, if they are not weapons, guys? I'll wait for your answers. But the researchers can't say whether any of this propaganda actually influenced the election. That's partly to do with the squishy nature of measuring political persuasion, and partly to do with the fact that some key data remains missing. The researchers had no access, for example, to user comments or conversation data that might have helped eliminate the impact that this contact had. What these millions of digital artifacts do show when taken together is just how much planning and coordination went into the IRA's scheme. Between the Twitter handles, the Facebook pages, the Instagram posts, and the YouTube personalities, the fake local news sites, and in at least one case, a phony geopolitical think tank, the trolls created their own mini internet to prop up Trump and spread distrust in his opponent and the election system itself. What's more, their efforts remain ongoing years after the election. Using the trove of data, the researchers were able to uncover even more IRA linked Facebook pages, including one that was updated as recently as May this year. All of this demonstrates, according to the report authors, that over the past 5 years, disinformation has evolved from a nuisance into a high stakes information memological war. And yet, rather than fighting back effectively, Americans are battling each other over what to do about it. And they're sort of battling over what to do about it by sharing memes on to mask or not to mask, for example, in contemporary times. But we have conversations whether about or not bots, and that's fake artificially intelligent accounts, have the right to free speech. We respect the privacy of fake people, and we hold congressional hearings to debate whether YouTube personalities have been unfairly downright. The report reads, "It is precisely our commitment to a democratic principles that puts us at an asymmetric disadvantage against an adversary who enthusiastically engages in censorship, manipulation, and suppression internally." And there is some alternative reporting on that. So there was a very interesting little article about how memes were used by a Russian internet research agency, and how memes were propagandized and distributed in order to influence the masses, the minds of the masses in how they didn't vote in that election. But don't worry, guys, we've got another article about weaponized memes coming right up now. Alrighty, guys, so here we are at Network World, where we have an article of opinion on memes and manipulation by Mark Gibbs, and this is from November the 30th, 2010. Um, 11 years ago, guys. A few days ago, one of my friends on Facebook posted to her wall a list of books, see below in brackets, supposedly from a BBC article, and noted that the BBC believes most people will have read only 6 of the 100 books listed. How do your reading habits stack up, was the further question. Of that post that was shared by this friend on Facebook back in 2010. The author goes on to say that he usually checks the articles like this to make sure that they are what they are claimed to be. But in this case, as it was only about books and it was just the basis for conversation, I waded in. Interestingly, as it turned out, the BBC list is a fiction that somehow came to life, derived from the BBC's The Big Read show in April 2003, a project to search for the nation's best loved novel. But the winner, it transpired, was Lord of the Rings, with which the rest of the top being Pride and Prejudice, His Dark Materials, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire, To Kill a Mockingbird, Winnie the Pooh, 1984, The Lion, the Witch on the Wardrobe, and Jane Eyre. But on Facebook, the circulation, commenting, and republishing of the false list in my circle of friends made a noticeable spike in activity. And out of the exchanges, I wound up with 2 new Facebook friends. That is the words of the author, not me. But it is interesting to consider the behavior of this almost viral meme. And I say almost because it seems to have reappeared over many groups and over many years, each as separate chained events. Rather than doing the explode into popularity and then fizzle arc, which is more common for viral content, and in the passing along with the message that has morphed in both its pitch, the nation's favorite book, to you probably aren't, well, the pitch is the nation's favorite book, and that you're not probably very well read, as well as what the books are in the list being changed. What is so powerful about this meme is its apparent robustness, even though it isn't what it is claimed to be. Remember, in the Wikipedia stuff about memes, it says they kind of survive and will only exist if they are a little bit, as this one is suggesting, robust enough to do some and keep recirculating, and that keeps them in existence. And even though it isn't claimed to be, it doesn't matter. It has no consequence other than being something that gets social focus and engages people. And so it has been carried on for the better part of 7 years. What's really interesting is this kind of engagement mechanism that that marketers dream of. Imagine a list of top sodas or cars or makes of jeans getting this much visibility and discussion. And believe it or not, in 2021, I'm pretty sure they do that, and that is part of why they are getting you to share and agree all of these things. Maybe somebody that in the picture that you share and agree with might be wearing a particular brand of jeans that might be considered the subliminal product placement. But this imagine the likes of such forth as we just mentioned getting that visibility and discussion, and the companies that sell the product on the list would have to be thrilled at the free exposure, which is why many people are tracking memes and researching for clues as to why something like this goes viral. A recent conversation with another friend of the author got into the topic of ethics of this kind of engineering of content. My friend contended that this is manipulation of the worst kind because we are now attempting to engage people through their hidden desires and biases, hidden to them, that is, and not to the artificial algorithm, because it knows all your biases because it copies and pastes all your data in its little storage units and memory banks for research analysis purposes. And so we are tugging into the strings of their psyches, no longer trying to sell them products, but trying to sell them ideas, and rather trying to play them through their biology to do as we wish. I'd rather agree there is something truly creepy about the idea of being manipulated through direct appeals to our more primitive, non logical minds. Share if you agree, guys. This one thing to have a traditional advertising to try to work on us using its normal hit and miss methods. But when you can engineer people to respond, it would appear that you could be crossing an ethical line. We all think that we are nowhere near to that kind of manipulation becoming a science, but you've got to wonder how far off we are from being able to generate effective commercial viral content. Remember, this is 11 years ago, guys, and I'm pretty sure now that they have reached that level of manipulation, and it is gone beyond the science to a method. So, my question to you, where does it become unethical to engineer rather than persuade people into paying attention to your message? And again, there is the amendment, I believe, to the list of books, and it goes on and gives you all the hundreds. So that was, we're not going to look at all 100, the end of the article again there. It does raise a few interesting points with regards to memes being form of manipulation. But don't worry, guys, we've got some more articles to look on the manipulation of memes right now. Stay tuned. In a few seconds, there'll be another one right back at you, fresh and ready to go for your information and educational purposes only. Make of it what you will. Welcome back. Here we are with another weaponized meme article, this time from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, the MIT Technology Review. That's a bit weird. The Massachusetts of Institute of Technology Review. I don't know if that's correct or not, but anyway, the MIT. Some of you may be aware of, who do pay attention to the content and information that I do bring you. MIT is part of the network associated with the Tavistock Institute, that manipulation think tank that's over 100 years old, that spends $6 billion a year on methodologies and practices and experimentation into manipulation of the masses. But anyway, how memes got weaponized, a short history from MIT. Um, Goes on to say, memes come off as a joke, but some people are starting to see them as the serious threat they are. I'd like to think of myself as one of those people that sees them as a serious threat and tries to point out and inform some of you guys and give you some information regarding the threat of memes for your own informative purposes. And again, if or not you want to make up your mind to decide if or not memes are weaponized forms of mind manipulation and mind control, that's great. But if you don't, just go back to sharing and agreeing them on social media. Nothing bad can come of it, I'm sure. But October the 24th, 2019, um, was when this article was written. And again, they reference in October 2016, a friend of the author learned that one of his wedding photos had made its way onto a post on a right wing message board, and the picture had been doctored to look like an ad for Hillary Clinton's campaign, and it appeared to endorse the idea of drafting women into the military. A mutual friend of ours found the image first and sent him a message saying, I saw this on Reddit. Did you make it? And that's something that not many of you people do. Not many of you make your own memes. Some of you do claim that the memes that you share say what you think, but you never ever took it upon yourself to make a meme of what you were thinking before seeing the meme. So did the thought come before the meme? Is it the chicken or the egg? Did the meme provide the thought, or did the thought provide the meme? But MIT Technology Review article goes on to say, and this is the picture there, is I'm not sure if that's his wedding picture. It doesn't look like he's going to wed, unless he's just sort of modeling his suit before he goes off to get married. And he does look a little bit beta male there, with his sort of I'm trying to compensate my small penis and lack of ability to pleasure women sexually by growing a beard and wearing an earring, but look at my glasses, they make me look intellectual. I've got a spiffy haircut as well. But anyway, he says that the picture goes on to say that he is a proud liberal. He's also a proud feminist, and I'm proud to be a hero's husband. And it got the hashtag at the bottom, and the red and blue form purple, and it's pointing to hashtag draft my wife. Can I imagine a whole platoon of PMSing wives descending angrily upon an enemy delved into the trenches? My goodness, you probably only need to give them a TV remote control and maybe a wooden spoon for the kitchen. You don't even need bullets and guns. I'm pretty sure the enemy would be obliterated within seconds. Imagine that, 3,000 screaming PMS women descending upon you. May God have no mercy on their souls. But anyway, this was the first of my friend had heard of this particular incident, and he hadn't agreed to have his image used this way, which was apparently taken from his online wedding album. And bear in mind, you do give your permission to all of your photographs, thoughts, and opinions that you post on social media. You give those the social media platform of choice, I guess, or you give them the rights to own your content and use it as they choose fit. And that even includes stuff you send in Messenger. So again, we sort of joked yesterday in the live stream that if you've ever sent a dick pic, then there's a very good chance that dick pic's been analyzed and scrutinized and maybe replicated. But so rather than poke the trolls by complaining, he ignored it and went on with his life. Most of his friends had a laugh at the fake ad, but I saw a huge problem. This is the author seeing a huge problem. As a research of media manipulation and disinformation, I understood right away that my friend had become cannon fodder in a meme war. The use of slogans, images, and video on social media for political purpose, often employing disinformation and half truths. While today we tend to think of memes as funny images, online Richard Dawkins, who we heard about earlier and have heard about in previous stream, who coined the term meme in his 76 book, The Selfish Gene, where he described how culture is transmitted through generations. In his defamation, memes are units of culture. Remember, the fifth generation of digital technology, and all of a sudden, around the dawn of it, sharing of memes become even more prominent on my observations of what I was seeing on my social media feeds. But in his definition, memes are units of culture spread through the diffusion of ideas. Memes are practically salient online because the intellect crystallizes them as artifacts of communication and accelerates their distribution through subcultures. Importantly, as memes are shared, they shed the context of their creation along with their authorship. Unmoored from the trappings of an author's reputation or intention, they become the collective property of the culture or the collective thought of the hive mind who shared and agreed it. The 99% that were subdued and manipulated into sharing, believing that they were the 1% that was brave enough to share. Um, See how the reverse psychology and power of persuasion works there, guys. But as such, memes take on a life of their own, and no one has an answer for transgressive or hateful ideas. And there is a picture of who is that? Is that Hillary Clinton, or is that I don't know. I can't even see who the individual that's been copied and pasted onto the Kill Bill poster there is an example of a meme. And while a lot of people think of memes as harmless entertainment, funny or snarky comments on current events, we are far beyond that now. Meme wars are a consistent feature of our politics, and they are a consistent feature of social media feeds. That's why I posted up the other day, how long can you go without sharing a meme? They are not just being used by internet trolls or some bored kids in the basement, but by governments, political candidates, and activists across the globe. Russia used memes and other social media tricks to influence the US election in 2016 using a troll farm known as the Internet Research Agency, as we just read about, to seed rather pro-Trump and anti-Clinton content across various online platforms. And Donald Trump is probably one of the most memed contents ever, and quite a few of you I do know that follow along Reality Decoded, and you've been known to share a Trump meme or two in your social media over the last couple of years of the formation of our little community here. But anyway, that's the Internet Research Agency that we just heard about. Trump was seeding pro-Trump memes. Both sides in territorial conflicts like those between Hong Kong and China, Gaza and Israel, India and Pakistan are using memes and viral propaganda to sway both local and international sentiment. So both, they use memes to control both sides of the narrative, the pro-government, the against government. This is the controlled opposition. They provide you your very own targeted memes to share and agree with. And then the more people that share and agree with pro-government stuff may be the ones that get to see another day. Those that don't share and agree with the pro-government propaganda, medical propaganda, I should add, may not get their Soylent Green allowance. The bill is dead. No, kill Bill. There's some more memes there about Bill going on. But in 2007, for example, as he was campaigning for president, John McCain jokingly started to sing "Bomb, Bomb, 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 Bomb Iran" to the tune of the Beach Boys' popular song "Barbara Ann." Okay, "Bomb, Bomb, 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 Bomb Iran." It's kind of catchy, actually. Good job there. Although I'm pretty sure John McCain didn't come up with that. His little think tank of PR researchers come up with it probably. And in an Iran hawk was taking up a possible war using the well-worn tactic of humor and familiarity. Easy to dismiss as a joke, and something I've said, there's never a truer word than that said in jet, yet serving as a scary reminder of the US military power. And the US has been known to bomb Iran more than once. And maybe while they were bombing it, the fighter pilots that were dropping the bombs were singing that tune. But it became a political liability for him. The slogan was picked up by civilian meme makers who spread and adapted it until it went viral. His opponent, Barack Obama, in essence, got an unpaid support from people who were better at creating persuasive content than his own campaign was. So see how memes can influence. Hey, I remember that song, Bomb, 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 Bomb Around. And there's a picture of him in front of the flag holding his microphone with a thumbs up. But the viral success of memes has led governments to try imitating the genre in their propaganda. These campaigns are often aimed at the young. Like the US Army's social media focused Warriors Wanted program or the British Army campaign that borrows the visual language of century old recruiting posters to make fun of millennial stereotypes. These drew ridicule when they were launched early in this year, but they did boost recruitment. However, using memes this way misses the point entirely. As mentioned, great memes are authorless, they move about the culture without attribution. Much more authentic military meme campaigns are coming from soldiers themselves, such as memes referring to the bungling idiot simply known as Carl. US service members and veterans run websites that host jokes and images detailing the reality of military life, yet these serve a purpose not too different from those of official propaganda. They often feature heavily armed soldiers and serve to highlight, even in jokes, the tremendous destructive capacity of the armed forces. In turn, such memes have been turned into commercial marketing campaigns, such as one for the veteran owned clothing company Valhalla Wear. Snowflakes, self addicts, your army needs you, your army needs you, and your compassion and your confidence. Binge gamers, your army needs you and your drive. My friend's picture was appropriated for a memetic operation that aimed to associate Hillary Clinton with a revival of the draft. Recognizing this power of memes generated by ordinary people to serve a state's propaganda narrative in 2005, a Marine Corps major named Michael Prosser wrote a master thesis titled Memetics, a growth industry in the US military operation, in which he called for the foundation of a meme warfare center that would enroll people to produce and share and agree memes as a way of swaying public opinions. Anyone changing their opinion on memes by now? I certainly hope one or two of you are, but if you still are believing that they're just a fun thing to do and just share on social media when you're taking a shit or when you're waiting for your pumpkin spiced latte at Starbucks, I'll just do a little bit of sharing and agreeing while I'm waiting for it. Oh, it's ready already. I only got to share two things, but never mind, I did my part. But as I said, memes can sway public opinion. They can also manipulate the thoughts. They can implant the thoughts themselves into your mind. So did you think it, or did the meme tell you that's what you need to think? But Prosser's idea didn't come to fruition, but of course it didn't. The US government did come to recognize memetics as a threat. Beginning in 2011, the Defense Advanced Research Project Agency, good old DARPA, offered, get this, $42 million in grants for research into what it called social media in strategic communications. with the hope that the government could detect purposeful or deceptive messaging and misinformation and create counter messaging to fight it. Dear Diary, and there is one of those soldiers there, Valhalla, where I guess with his beard looking like the old eagle-eyed G.I. Joe there with all his military gadget. I like totally smoked this terrorist today is the phrase. Yet that research didn't prepare DARPA for the Russia 2016 disinformation campaign. Its extent was uncovered only by reporters and academics that revealed a fatal flaw in the national security. Foreign agents are nearly impossible to detect when they hide within the civilian population unless social media companies cooperate with the state to monitor attacks. This tactic remains in play. All is love in war or in memological war and love. Love and warfare, I meant to say there, my apologies. But my friend's wedding photo provides a good illustration of how something, not my friend's, the author's friend, an illustration of how something as seemingly trivial as a meme can be turned into a powerful political weapon. In 2016, a Reddit message board referencing the Trump was the Donald rather was a well-known meme factory for all things Trump. Imagery and slogan earring were beta tested and refined there before being deployed by swarms of accounts on social media platforms to make it go viral. Famous viral slogans launched from the Donald included those having to do with Pizzagate and the Seth Rich murder conspiracy. Um, my friend's picture, again, the author's friend's picture, was appropriate for a memetic warfare operation called hashtag draft my wife or hashtag draft our daughters, which aimed to falsely associate Hillary Clinton with a revival of the draft. The strategy was simple. The perpetrators took imagery from Clinton's official digital campaign materials as well as pictures online like my friends and altered them to make them look as though as if Clinton would draft women into the military if she became president. Someone who saw one of these fake campaign ads and then searched online would find that Clinton had in fact spoken in June 2016 in support of a bill that included a provision making women eligible to be drafted, but only in the case of a national emergency. The bill was passed, but it was later changed to remove that requirements. This was what made Draft My Wife so sneaky. It was based on a kernel of truth. Memes like this often use a process called trading up the chain, pioneered by a media entrepreneur, Ryan Holiday, who describes the method in his book, Trust Me, I'm Lying. Campaigns begin with posts in blogs or other news outlets with low standards. If all goes well, somebody notable will inadvertently spread the disinformation by a tweet, which then leads to coverage in a bigger and more reputable outlets. Hashtag Draft My Wife was outed fairly early on as a hoax and got debunked in the Washington Post, The Guardian, and elsewhere. The problem is taking the trouble to correct disinformation campaigns like these can satisfy the goal of spreading the meme as far as possible, a process called amplification. No such thing as bad publicity, and even if you're drawing public, trying to make awareness that this is a bad thing, a little bit. A couple of was it last year? I'm pretty sure it was when Netflix put the series Cuties out. Well, lo and behold, a whole bunch of memes were saturated and situated and circulating on social media. Did you know that Netflix Cuties has paedophilia and it promotes child sex? Well, good job promoting that to people who may be inclined to find that stuff arousing, that were unaware that Netflix had content of that nature on its streaming platform. Thanks for the heads up. No need to go on the dark web if Netflix has soft core child pornography. But anyway, hey, what does that button do? God damn it, Coral. There's one of the examples of the Coral memes circulated by some of these veterans. But memes online make hoaxes and psychological operations easy to pull off on an international slash global scale. We should view them as a serious threat. The good news is that a bill is in the works in the US Congress, and this would form a national commission to assess the threat posed by foreign and domestic all actors manipulating social media to cause harm. Just focusing on these actors misses the point, though. For much of the same reason, these meme inspired military recruiting campaigns miss the point. Memetic warfare works only if those waging it can rely on a massive public participation to spread the memes and obscure their original authors. So rather than going after the meme creators, politicians and institutions looking to counter meme war might do better to strengthen their institutions that create and distribute reliable information. I'm trying to distribute reliable information via my platform I created myself that is free from outside influence, or at least I hope so. But again, if you've got enough money and you want to pay me to read your propaganda, go ahead, make me an offer. But the media, academia, non-partisan government agencies, and so on are just, what they're saying should be able to distribute reliable information, while US cyber defense works with the platform companies to root out influence operations. And if that doesn't work, blame Coral. Ha 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 ha. So there you go, was another little article on weaponized memes. Three's a charm, as they say. Hopefully, those three articles have provided you with quite a lot of information and maybe evidence that indeed memes are a little bit more harmful than just fun little quirky social commentaries that are shared amongst friends. They are weapons of mind manipulation and thought implantation. Share if you agree by now, guys. Please do so. It'd be nice to see that at least more than 1% of the viewership is agreeing to what I'm saying. I'm just joking again, playing with some medical rhetoric for you. So let's quit with the weaponized memes and let's go and look at a couple of examples of how memes can indeed influence and possibly rewrite history, as well as how they can miscontextually spread a subcultural phenomenon based on merely a few words in a picture in a meme. So stay tuned, guys. We will be back momentarily, although I am going to take a quick bathroom break and go and get a little bit of nicotine before and THC before we do read the next article. But for you guys, it will be only a few short seconds away. Guys, welcome back. I had a much needed bathroom and smoke break, although it was only a few seconds for you. But here we are at the Oprah magazine website. Oprah Winfrey, OW, One World. Is she likely to be the queen of the One World Order? Wouldn't surprise me in the least. She would be a prime candidate. She has a very, very wide global audience. But we're going to look at an article that was on the Oprah magazine website from a little while ago. And it is about, as I will read to you, although you've probably read it, what is the, and in comments there, I'm going to tell my kids meme. And then an explanation to the hilarious viral moment. And here it is at the bottom. The internet is having a lot of fun, and I'm going to underline that there for you, although you probably can't see the underlining. Rewriting history. So how do we rewrite history? Why? By providing misinformation that rewrites history. And there is a picture of, I guess, a stock photograph of a lady of black origins. Obviously, Oprah Winfrey is a black lady also, but there is a politically correct imagery of a lady laughing at a popular meme on her computer by the looks of it then. And the I'm going to tell my kids meme is just the latest viral internet moment taking over social media. The meme, which originated back in September of 2019, I know we've actually mentioned this meme before, and I'm almost certain that it was Double M, good old Maiden Montana, who said, "Yeah, what is the deal with it?" at the time we mentioned it. But this was a meme that originated back in 2019 in September and features people delivering comedic revisionist takes on notable cultural figures. I'm going to tell my kids has touched on politics, culture, music, and history. Still wondering exactly what it means? We've broken it down for you here. And another very, very popular meme at the same time, another meme that I've seen some of you sharing, and I'm too have also made anti memes using that image of a lady screaming of a cat. And I think we also covered an article that traced the origins of that particular meme in one of the other memeological, memetical streams that we featured on TSP TV. But the lady screaming at a cat meme is so 2 weeks ago, according to the magazine at time of publication. And the social media has quickly and swiftly found a new source of memetical, and that's my addition there, comedy rewriting of history. Again, rewriting of history is very, very, very important because children, again, who are very impressionable and look up to their adults for the questions to all answers, might start going through life believing that the things that they got told, that their parents told them, were in fact not the things that they were led to believe. But parents are often given a gift they don't know is a gift, the mindless pleasure of telling white lies to their children. No, really. Think about Santa Claus. In my edition, maybe religion, but that is up to you to decide. But don't worry, studies have shown that telling a white lie every once in a while to your kids isn't bad as long as you eventually let them know their knowledge is incorrect. Otherwise, you could turn out like this writer whose mother told her cat in the hat told her Cat on the Hot Tin Roof was about a woman named Cat who lost her cat on the roof of her house on a hot summer day and burned her feet instead of being a social commentary on mendacity, morality, and the fate of a man, leading her to a very embarrassing interaction with a playwriting professor in college. But that's another story for another day. That's a great story. We don't really want to hear, I'm sure. But the internet, as of late, has decided that they are going to prepare the little white lies in the form of the I'm going to tell my kids meme, which involves a lot of mental loopholes and a ton of laughter. That's up to you to decide. Laughter or humor is a little bit like beauty in the eye or the ear of the beholder. But what is the I'm going to tell my kids meme exactly? More from the Oprah magazine that we're not going to look at. Here is how it works. A photo is posted to social media, and the person posting it usually just says, I'm going to tell my kids. The image they posted is of a certain celebrity when it is fact far from the actual celebrity mentioned. Usually the image posted shares some traits or characteristics in common with that of the cultural historic figure. As we've seen just before this article come up, I posted a little meme in there that I caught in reference to I'm going to tell my kids, and this mimetic viral sensation in particular was of Johnny Five and the girl whose name I forgot that was in Short Circuit, along with I'm going to tell my kids, this is Sarah Connor in the Terminator. Those of us in Generation X who grew up on Short Circuit and Terminator will know that they're very, very, very different movies, although both do contain the programmatics of artificially intelligent robotics that may or may not be weaponized. In the case of Johnny Five, he was a friendly one. In the case of Arnold Schwarzenegger, he was a deadly motherfucking I'm not going to stop till I kill you type artificially intelligent robot. But anyway, it's almost too simple to put in words, but allow me to show you some examples. And here is one from Pat Tobin, who has a picture of a cat as her profile on Twitter. I'm going to tell my kids this is Danny DeVito, and there it is, Baby Yoda from the popular Disney Plus streaming series The Mandalorian. Let's take the greatest and most dangerous bounty hunter in the entire galaxy and turn him into a babysitter for a cute puppet. You see, that almost definitely is not Danny DeVito. At least I hope you don't think it is. But young minds who don't know who Danny DeVito is might think, oh, wow, Baby Yoda is Danny DeVito. But according to the Internet Meme Encyclopedia, know your meme, yes, there is an online Internet Meme Encyclopedia that does explain memes and has references to almost every meme ever published. The meme's origin goes all the way back to September the 2019, and this is also very disturbing in its sense of the fact that they can point out and trace and track the official point of origin, unless, of course, the point of origin was one of these operatives that work at organizations like the Internet Research Agency. This whole sole and entire purpose is to distribute such propagandic memetics to social media platforms for the unexpecting public to memetically copy and carry on and help it to go viral. So there could be a very, very, very strong chance that that is how they are able to trace and track its actual origin and the first time it was ever posted. And that is also something we covered when we looked at the cat lady screaming at the cat meme and its origin, that they can trace it back. But then again, we do carry around data collection devices in the palm of our hands who are self-monitoring analysis research technology that will research everything and will quite possibly, without too much trouble, be able to find exactly when the first point of origin of such a memetics appeared. But I digress. And this is kind of where it really goes back, the origin in 2019, when a Twitter user at Wake in Bacon referred to good old Canadian Korea, along North Korea. I'm trying to do there. Never mind. But the Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, he did a blackface controversy was going around at the time, and posted an image with the caption reading, "I'm going to tell my kids in 2055 that this was Justin Trudeau." And there it is. Although it's beats by little Brutus who shared it here, not Waking Bacon. And there's a picture of a comical cartoon genie with a black face from yesterday. Yeah. But the meme truly took off in mid-November 2019 when Twitter user at MGNTGBaby posted a photo of rapper Lil Wayne with the caption, "I'm telling my kids this is Bill Gates." And the next day, Twitter user Lowend Duffy tweeted a picture of Giancarlo Esposito from Breaking Bad with a caption, "I'm going to tell my kids this was Obama." By November 20, the meme was in full force when it was inadvertently thrust onto the mainstream by, well, outage and good timing. Gregory Allen Howard, co-screenwriter and producer of recently released film is that Harriet? Revealed in a Q&A that 25 years before Cynthia Erivo brought Harriet Tubman's story to the big screen, Hollywood executives suggested that Julia Roberts might play the famous black female leader of the Underground Railroad. I was told how one studio head said in a meeting, "This script is fantastic. Let's get Julia Roberts to play Harriet Tubman," Howard said. When somebody pointed out that Roberts couldn't be Harriet, the executive responded, "It was so long ago, no one is going to know the difference." But of course, the internet exploded, people were outraged, and the "I'm going to tell my kids" meme was given new life. Seriously, type in "gonna tell my kids this was Harriet Tubman" into Twitter and you will be swimming in a sea of Julia Roberts photos. Now, there's an endless amount of "I'm gonna tell my kids" memes, and some get political. Here is "I'm gonna tell my kids this was Beto O'Rourke." John Mullery is a comedian, and this is not Beto O'Rourke. And people aren't afraid to ascribe religious worships either. I'm going to tell my kids this was Jesus Christ. And there's a beta male that's very, very real, well groomed and probably got so many products in his hair. It put Vidal Sassoon to shame. But on a lighter note, this meme also works for things you wish were true, like wishing the gone but not forgotten and forever underrated buddy comedy happy endings had to run as many seasons as Friends. Not sure what that's all about. But I'm going to tell my kids this is Friends, and obviously that isn't the cast of Friends at all. And they're telling you here that some are flat out hilariously untrue, but I would love to live in a world where they were. And this is a little bit disconcerting because maybe we are going to live in a world where they are true. Bear in mind, this is from Oprah Winfrey, and good old National Socialist leader Adolf Hitler once was quoted as saying, "A lie repeated often enough is widely accepted as the truth." And is this what the intent and purpose of the viral "I'm telling my kids this" is all about? And this one is saying, "I'm going to tell my kids this is Gordon Ramsay," and that is the Pixar animated mouse from Ratatouille, of course. "I'm going to tell my kids this was the Queen of England, Meghan Markle," a very disturbing, maybe foreshadowing that perhaps the royal family might all die, and unfortunately, due to the fact that there's no one left in the lineage, Meghan might take to the throne, unless, of course, she isn't suicided like her mother in law and blame it on paparazzi and a drunk driver. What's the difference between a Volkswagen and a Mercedes? Well, Princess Diana wouldn't be seen dead in a Volkswagen. Ba-boom, ching. Dark humor there. But while others are simply just reframing references from millennial youth in hilarious ways, there are also plenty of nonsensical ones that exist for the niche, the most niche of niche markets. I'm going to tell my kids this is Megan Raponi, and that is the man woman United States women's national soccer team player that acts and behaves mimetically like a male footballer. It's actually quite shit, to be quite honest, in comparison. Like schoolboys of no real sort of training are much more gifted and able to play football than she is, but never mind. That is Real Housewife of New York holding loving Queen Dorinda Medley, and not American soccer legend Megan Raponi. But then again, we've never seen the two of them in the same room. And this is something from Dwight K. Schrute, probably a clone account or a bot account dedicated to Dwight from The Office. I'm going to tell my kids this is Britney, bitch. Michael Scott from The Office rolls up in that scene playing Lady Gaga, quotes Britney Spears and says, "Britney, bitch." Guess what? Apparently it was possible to add another layer of untruth on top of that. Another aspect of the meme is Twitter users ascribing famous couples onto other people in hope that one day they will fall in love. Gonna tell my kids this was Miss Nick Jonas and Priyanka Chopra, and obviously again there's some characters from The Office. Gonna tell my kids this was JFK and Jacqueline Kennedy. Gonna tell my kids this is Jack and Rose. Jack and Rose from the Titanic, I'm guessing. And that's Macaulay Culkin. Is it Hillary? Not sure if that is or not. This one will only make sense if you've seen Succession. And of course, celebrities are getting in on the joke too. Kevin Jonas of the Jonas Brothers definitely knows who Blink 182 is. And there's a post from the Jonas Brothers. I'm going to tell my kids this was Blink 182, I'm guessing. Yes, it is. There you are. And Jackie Harry wants to forever remind you that she is not Kim Watley. I'm going to tell my kids this is me. Interesting. Oh, and the grandparents are getting involved too. I'm going to tell my grandkids this was Dean Martin and Frank Sinatra, when clearly that isn't Dean Martin and Frank Sinatra. Isla Fisher has many stories about being confused for Amy Adams, including the time she replaced herself in her own family holiday card with a photo of Amy Adams. So this one does not need to be explained. Have you come across your own hilarious "I'm going to tell my kids" memes? If not, share in the comments below or tag us on social media with at Oprah Magazine. So go out of your way to be sure to do that. So that was a little look at how viral sensations spread and how quite possibly these memes I'm going to tell my kids celebrities are completely different celebrities to the ones I'm telling my kids they are, might be a way to rewrite history and spread a lie big enough that becomes the truth. But anyway, let's go and look at another misconceptual contextual meme that spread an awful lot of memetical behavior as a result, and one that I've mentioned many times before in regards to V for Vendetta. So stay tuned, guys. We are coming back momentarily. Alrighty, here we are, truthifiction.com, and the headline is the 2005 or 2005 film V for Vendetta about a virus and set in 2020. My answer that I've mentioned many times and spoke to it, and also had conversations with people who had posted this meme that was inaccurate about V for Vendetta, in particular the movie, not the book. I don't really recognize the movie as V for Vendetta, as does the author Alan Moore himself. Has no association with the movie at all, but I do use the book as point of reference. But the movie itself, 2005, is not set in 2020, and it is not about a virus, although there is one scene where they do mention a virus in a past tense. So the claim was that the 2005/2006 film V for Vendetta was set in the year 2020, and its premise was the use of a virus to control population. That was released in 2006 in the United Kingdom, because during 2005, and the movie takes place in London, does show some terrorist activity. London itself had its own false flag psychological operation, terrorist jihad attack on the underground, something we might have to discuss at some point in. And the rating was contextualized, and they are reporting here that on the June 21st, 2020, the Facebook page Cosmic Enlightenment, not that enlightened at all, shared the following meme, which claimed that the 2006 film V for Vendetta was about the use of a virus to control populations, and that it was set in 2020. And there is a link to that website if you want. Alongside a still image of a character in the film, the text read, "Did you know the 2005 film titled V for Vendetta is about a totalitarian dictatorship," that part is right, "that gains its power by creating a society of fear due to an alleged virus spreading throughout the world. In the film, the media pushes fear-based propaganda on the television screen of every household, and on the streets of the authoritarian dictator promises security, but not freedom. The constant theme of the movie is it's for your own safety, and is represented throughout the film. Most importantly, the film ends with society waking up and to the corrupt fascist regime and is dismantled." What year is the film set? 2020. It's actually set in the late 2020s, 2028 or 2027, which we will discover in a moment. And you can go and watch the movie for yourself and find out that there's absolutely no reference whatsoever throughout the entire duration of the movie that suggests that it takes place in 2020. The claim that V for Vendetta's premise and setting in the year 2020 strongly resembled another earlier coronavirus prediction rumor that the movie Akira, the anime movie, was also persistent about the year 2020. But when was V for Vendetta released? Although the film had a limited release in December 2005, it wasn't released in the United States until March 2006. When was V for Vendetta set? A March 2006 review, hold on a second, let me make that a little bit larger, written by Roger Albert, mentions the year 2020 at the start. It is the year 2020. A virus runs wild in the world. Most Americans are dead, and Britain is ruled by a fascist dictator who promises security but not freedom. One man stands against him, the man named V, who moves through London like a wraith. Despite the desperate efforts of the police, he wears a mask showing the face of Guy Fawkes, who in 1605 tried to blow up the Houses of Parliament. On November the 5th, the eve of Guy Fawkes Day, British school children for centuries have started bonfires to burn Guy Fawkes effigies upon. I did it also as a child. On this eve in 2020, V saves a young TV reporter named Evie from rape and at the hands of the police, and forces her to join him and makes a busy night of it by blowing up the Old Bailey. Of the film's basis, Ebert added, the story was first told as a graphic novel written by Alan Moore and published in 1982. Actually, wasn't written as a graphic novel. It was written as a serialization. And in 1983, it was in I think 1984, it was first published as a graphic novel. Its hero plays altogether differently now, and yet, given the nature of the regime, he is a terrorist or freedom fighter. Britain is, and he is a terrorist, and he goes after a vendetta and kills people that have wronged him. That is what he's all about: is vendetta, carrying out the wrongdoings by making them right in the how he sees fit in his eyes. But Britain is ruled by a man named Sutler, who gives orders to his underlings from a wall-sized TV screen and seems the personification of Big Brother. Very much is very much very very Big Brother in Orwellian, another popular mimetic this shared amongst truthers, Orwell 1984, stuff like that is familiar narrative. But anyway, in 1988, there was an article here. Sometime in a future Britain, this is about the book. Sometime in a future Britain, tyranny, a shadow freedom fighter known only by the alias of V, plots to overthrow it with the help of a young woman. In the year 1998, every household is an average citizen of the United Kingdom, sorry, it's a bit squinty there, which is under the rule of a fascist and tyrannical Norse Fire party. V for Vendetta 2005 plot. Here is 14 years later, is V for Vendetta still relevant? This is another reference to an article from November 2019, and it says there, V for Vendetta is set in a dystopian 2027. The British government is a totalitarian neo-fascist organisation controlled by the all-seeing guy that we just heard. What was his name again? I've forgotten already. It's been a while since I've actually read V for Vendetta. Anyway, let's move on. So there's another reference that shows that it was set in 2027, not 2020. Listicles about the film didn't mention any specific year for its setting before the 2020 coronavirus pandemic, often vaguely referencing a dystopian future. But is V for Vendetta about a virus? Another simple Google search returned a brief synopsis above that links other plot summaries for V for Vendetta, where the virus element isn't emphasized at all. And you really wouldn't know it was about a virus at all until the one stream that kind of talks pretense outside the timeline of the film, how the Norse Fire Party come to power, that they created a virus and then had the vaccine for it once they were elected that cured everybody, thus empowering them. But following World War, London is a police state occupied by a fascist government, and a vigilante known only as V, played by Hugo Weaving, uses terrorist tactics to fight the oppressors of the world in which he now lives. When V saves a young woman named Evie, played by Natalie Portman, the only good thing about the movie is a scene where she does dress as a hooker, although it's She dresses as a child hooker, but nevertheless, she does look a little bit appealing because we do know that she isn't a child; she is a grown adult woman. But from this, she is saved from the secret police, and he discovers an ally. He actually doesn't discover an ally. He kind of sort of brainwashes her and manipulates her, and actually tortures her for a long period of time, locking her up against her will and making her believe that the police state has locked her up. And when she finally cracks, she does set her free. But in June 2020, Green Rant revisited the plot of the film version of V for Vendetta, framing it in terms of all that had transpired since 2005. When the coronavirus became a worldwide panic, audience turned to Contagion, a little bit of preemptive propaganda, predictive propaganda in the form there, and also some predictive program for sure. For sure, some of the coronavirus narrative is taken straight from the script of Contagion. But during the most recent Black Lives Matter protests, bookshops reported recording sale of works by black authors, while unfortunately, Netflix noted a sudden uptick in viewer numbers for The Help. Now, as protests continue across America and worldwide in opposition to police brutality against black citizens and the scourge of a systematic racism, it shouldn't surprise that Netflix has been hyping V for Vendetta. Part of what keeps the fascist government of V for Vendetta 1980s, in 1980s Britain in power is a pandemic. A disease known as the Samaras virus has ravaged Europe and killed over 100,000 people by the time the film starts. This has happened before the film. It doesn't happen in the film at all. And it is later revealed that the virus was an act of biological warfare by Creedy, the leader of the Norse Fire Party, which was then blamed on a terrorist group. The result of this massacre and subsequent fear-mongering was an overwhelming majority in Parliament for Norse Fire. It's not exactly difficult to see why a dystopian thriller featuring a pandemic would prove so enticing right now. It's partly why audience turned in droves to Steven Soderbergh's Contagion after the coronavirus became a worldwide concern, and mainly because it was pushed mimetically on many, many social media platforms and streaming apps, and it was the only movie outside the last 2 years that was trending on streaming apps. You couldn't get away from Contagion, and the purpose of it was that you would hear what they were saying on the mainstream media about the news, and then a little bit like the H.G. Wells, Orson Welles version of H.G. Wells' War of the Worlds, where they dramatized fiction. You can use the psychosomatic fear of the fictional contagion and could put it in conjunction and alongside with the official narrative of the corona. However, that assessment drew from concerns during the time V for Vendetta was originally written as a graphic novel in the 80s, and again the time the adaptation appeared in the movie screens around the time that the US had invaded Iraq. The key difference, of course, is that Contagion takes a relatively realistic direction in showing how a devastating pandemic would likely originate and unfold worldwide, whereas V for Vendetta pandemic is kind of a background act of biological warfare. The latter taps into the political concerns that were common in both the late 1980s when the graphic novel was written and in the mid 2000s. And Alan Moore originally kind of writ it as a sort of social commentary in a future Britain under Thatcher. At the time of writing, Thatcher was in power and many of us hated her. When the movie was made during the 80s, and it wasn't made during the 80s, sorry, and in the mid 2000s, sorry, when the movie was made during the 80s, there was a consistent fear that the Soviet Union would utilize germ warfare against America as part of the ongoing Cold War. The Bush administration's case for invading Iraq in the 2000s rested partly on the assertion that the country had never fully dismantled their biological arsenal and weapons of mass destruction, despite the Iraqis' own claims that they had long abandoned this project. The ongoing COVID-19 pandemic has, at the time of writing of this piece, claimed more than 456,000 deaths worldwide, a number that greatly eclipses that of V for Vendetta. And that's just because, they've really just rewritten death certificates to say people died of other things, may have died of COVID instead. But again, that analysis existed through the retrospective lens of authorship in the mid 2020 during an active pandemic. By contrast, a 2018 editorial about V for Vendetta's relevance in that year only uses the word virus once and not in a literal manner reference the actual virus in the film. And here is that article. V for Vendetta is not merely a cautionary tale for our country's political morals or trajectory. It is a retelling of events that have, in their fundamental essence, already occurred. Responding to the film a decade ago, Moore savaged the Wachowski sisters' adaptation as a Bush-era parable by people too timid to set a political satire in their own country. But as it turns out, the Wachowskis didn't need a CGI shot of the Lincoln Memorial exploding to make enduring commentary on the disease lurking in the heart of American government. It has been encroaching for many decades now, festering and feeding on the worst bigotries of its citizenry, a virus of greed and inhumanity that has corrupted even the noblest intentions of our liberal democracy. Like Evie, we continue to endure each day's fresh traumas, waiting in ourselves for a new dawning, waiting for a time when, like Valerie, we will have our roses and apologize to no one, waiting for a day we know can only come after we decide we'd rather die behind the chemical sheds than suffer one more injustice. As often is the case in retroactive assessments of pop culture predictions, the claim that V for Vendetta was set in 2020 and it was about a virus contained some truth mashed up with a lot of Monday morning quarterbacking to make it look more precedent for attention and clicks and share and agree if you are brave enough to miscontextually share information that you have no real knowledge about. And actually, I had a couple of discussions in chat, one of which with Michelle, who used to run TSPD News before it was dismantled. She shared the 2020 V for Vendetta meme, and I sort of asked her why after telling her that it wasn't set in 2020, it was set in the movie was set in the later part of the 2020s, and she sort of went on to say, well, I haven't actually seen the movie, it's 2 hours long, a bit long for me. And I'm like, well, why are you sharing information that you don't really truly know? And did you just get your information about the movie from the meme that was incorrect? And this is how incorrect information is spread memetically. Many people don't think they need to watch the movie or find out the information themselves because the meme told them a very, very tidbit of information that may or may not be actually relevant. But anyway, it contained some truth that it contained a virus and Monday morning quarterbacking to make it look more precedent for attention and clicks. A virus was a plot element for V for Vendetta, but the virus was not the film's central focus. Moreover, a 2006 review by Roger Albert placed the film as set in 2020, but most other pre-2020 references don't mention any year or 2020 specifically. Although the meme wasn't completely fabricated, it was also clearly created with the benefit of hindsight, which is, if you pardon the dad joke, so very 2020. So that is the end of the article, but they give another little example of just how memes can spread misinformation and how people can be manipulated into believing the misinformation that is contained within memes as actual fact, and why I do here at Reality Coded and formerly at TSP TV go to the lengths and trouble of researching many articles of reference on the information that I share my views and opinions and thoughts on is part of these feature presentations. And why these feature presentations are so long is because the information I contain is extensive. And believe it or not, guys, this is only some of the tip of the iceberg of the information that I look into with regards to some of these subjects. You get to see what I consider are the cherry-picked articles that would be the most poignant for reference and informative educational purposes as part of these presentations. And trust me, I can make them much longer. But information cannot be contained to 140 characters. And certainly, if you're getting all your information solely and purely from memes that you see on social media, then you may not be as woke as you think, and you may not be woke at all. You may just be sleepwalking in a deep state infused coma. But anyway, hold on. We might be back for more, or we might be returning to the studio momentarily. All right, one last little article before we do head back to the thrift store studio where Reality Decoded will recommence live. This is an article from Sunday, the March the 14th, 2021. Just last weekend from the Daily Observer, from the Omen Daily Observer, and there is a little picture there of two individuals, a man and a lady, and is that the Instagram symbol in the background? I believe so, and they're both looking at their cell phones. Viral visuals driving social media manipulation, VV there. And this, I think, was originally posted on the 26th of September 2019 and reprinted just last weekend. But London, the success of viral memes, videos, and pictures in spreading online disinformation is fueling organized social media manipulation on Instagram and YouTubers. Researchers at the university we will not mention went on to say. In the annual report on disinformation trends, the non-mentionable Internet Institute's compute tutorial propaganda research product said that Facebook remained the most popular platform for social media manipulation due to its size and global reach, but a focus on visual content more likely to be shared online mean users of Google's YouTube video platform and Facebook's Instagram photo sharing site are increasingly being targeted with false or misleading messages, said Samantha Bradshaw, one of the report's authors. On Instagram and YouTube, it's about the evolving nature of fake news. Now, there are fewer text based websites sharing articles, and it is more about video with quick consumable content, she said. Memes and videos are so easy to consume in an attention short environment. Again, why my videos and streams are very long is to remove those attention short individuals from probably the equation. They don't want to watch it because it's too long for them. Some people don't even like to sit 30 seconds through some of my intros. Oh, the intro's too long. I don't got 30 seconds. I'm just going to share some memes and agree with them. Don't care if they're true or factual or not. As long as I get some dopamine in return, it's all good and dandy. But the reports findings highlight the challenges faced by Facebook, Google, and other social media companies in combating the spread of political and financially motivated disinformation. As tactics and technologies develop and change, it's easier to automatically analyze words than it is an image. Bradshaw said, and images are often more powerful than words, with more potential to go viral. And that's what I'm saying. It's much more easier to share a meme that took you like 15 seconds at the most to read than rather pay attention to a 3 hour long stream that provides you lots of information on in sources of reference on topics of interest. But it is much more easier for these things to go viral than lengthy words, and why websites and such are becoming a thing of the past, and everything runs through the global leaders of social media industry. But the university we won't mention report said that an increased awareness of social media manipulation meant such activity had now been identified in 70 countries worldwide, up from the 28th and that is up, from 28 in 2017. Computatorial propaganda has become a normal part of the digital public sphere, the report said, and these techniques also continue to evolve as new technologies are poised, and they are fundamentally reshaping society and politics. So it was only a little short and sweet article then. It does also just go on to show you that these are tools of propaganda, and they are tools of manipulation. Now, the other thing that you have to bear in mind is sometimes if you do get caught up into the sharing of propaganda and political memes, you inadvertently become a wing of that propaganda spreading division. Maybe not that was your intent, or maybe you feel so very strongly that you have to share propaganda of a political nature via memes on your social media. Then that is your bag, and that's what makes you tick and makes you happy. Then continue to do so. But if or not, you may be a little bit concerned that you may be manipulated to be a tool of propaganda and misinformation spreading, or you may be a victim of thought implantation, where they are controlling and forcing you what to think. That's up for you. Hopefully I've provided you enough information, not only in this stream tonight, memes of manipulation, but also on similar themed content that we streamed previously over at TSP TV. Right, folks, so let's start out at the DARPA Defense Advanced Research Project Agency's website and get the information from the horse's mouth, so to speak, and see what they have to say the narrative network is all about. And it starts out by saying, why do people accept and act on certain kinds of information while dismissing others? Why are some narrative themes successful at building support for terrorism? And what role can narratives play in causing and helping to treat post-traumatic stress disorder? These questions deal with the role narratives play in human psychology and sociology, and their answers have a strategic implications for defense missions. DARPA launched the Narrative Networks program to understand how narratives influence human cognition and behavior, and apply those findings in international security contexts. The program aims to address the factors that contribute to radicalization, violent social mobilization, insurgency, and terrorism among foreign populations. It also can be applicable to domestic populations. And the efforts are to support conflict prevention and resolution, effective communication, and innovative PTSD treatments. But narratives may consolidate memory, shape, and emotions, and they may cue heuristics and biases in judgment, and they also can influence group distinctions. To determine their influence on cognitive functions requires a working theory of narratives and an understanding what role they play in security contexts, and an examination of how to systematically analyze narratives and their psychological and neurobiological impact. Now, the narrative networks has 3 parallel tracks of research and development. The first of which is to develop quantitative analytic tools to study narratives and their effects on human behavior in, once again, security contexts. To analyze the neurobiological impact of narratives on hormones and neurotransmitters, reward processing, and emotion cognition interaction, and developing models and simulations of narrative influence in social and environmental contexts. Develop sensors to determine their impact on individuals and groups, and then suggest doctrinal modifications. So guys, to basically put that in layman's terms, in simplistic terms, algorithms are exactly what they are talking here, and algorithms then that are operated with artificial intelligence that in real time can analyze the impact of narratives to an individual, and then feed back that data that they have received in real time, once again, to something like the narrative network, where they can see exactly what impact they have on people. And the narrative influence it is something we've always sort of been very aware of. We always sort of talk about in terms of the official narrative when we sort of talk about events like a certain September Tuesday morning. And in recent times, narratives are very, very, very important to control. And there's the sort of official narrative and the controlled narrative, which we will look at in a little while, how that kind of works and operates and comes out of the same factory. But that is, as I said, the DARPA website. We've got a little bit of information there, although not much information from the horse's mouth. But this is to sort of show and highlight to you that the narrative network is a real thing. It isn't one of those tinfoil hat conspiracy theories or one of those things that is being delivered to you via sort of TikTok influencers and hoping that that narrative will resonate with certain mindsets and then be repeated over and over again until we're for certain groups and demographics that will be accepted as the truth. But that's that for DARPA's website. We are going to go and have another look at something that gives us a little bit more information on just sort of how this operates and how this works and the sort of disturbing nature of it all. So stay tuned. We're coming back with another article pretty much right now. Okay, here at Physics.org, the article starts out by reading DARPA looking to master propaganda via the narrative networks, and this actually circulated in December of 2011, guys, over 11 years ago. So just look how much mastering of delivering propaganda DARPA must have learned over the last 11 years. But sometimes you just don't know whether to laugh or cry or be alarmed when hearing about what the boys in secretive backrooms are doing in the name of anti-terrorism or homeland security, or whatever they wish to call it. This time, it seems the Defense Advanced Research Project Agency, the semi-secret agency, charged with coming up with a new and cool ways to protect the citizens of the United States from foreign bad guys, wants to hire somebody to figure out how vulnerable some people are to narrative, oral stories, speeches, propaganda, books, etc. that cause people to think, and then supplant such messages with better messages to head off the path that for such people might lead them to becoming a terrorist, controlling the narrative, seeing what people have got to say about things, then redirecting it to a more desirable destination, one could argue. But called the Narrative Network Project, DARPA has released a solicitation for research proposals by those that have both the know-how and the technology to implement such a program, which is divided into two parts, although we just seen from the DARPA website there are actually three parts. But the first part would involve, just to repeat that, analyzing what happens to people when they hear or see a message. It is thought that certain messages or images actually cause a change in the brain to accommodate them as new ideas. And memes, of course, are images that contain messages that often change the brain to accommodate the new ideas. But the second part of the study is quite naturally would involve developing a means for taking advantage of what is learned in the first part. Or in other words, to come up with a way to find out who is vulnerable to messaging or certain messaging, and then to blast them with a message that would overwrite any undesirable brain changes that occurred as the result of that person being subjected to bad messages. So they would behave themselves. How to change behavioral patterns and how to defeat your enemy through mimetic warfare is to do just that, change the way they think and how they behave to a more desirable behavioral and thought pattern. But at first blush, such a program would appear to be as scary as all get. And after all, if our government gets its hands on technology that could reprogram people who have come to feel things the government doesn't like, it seems like a really a good way to control them, including its own population. On a second thought, though, as reality starts to kick in, it appears that while some research in this area might bear some fruit, it's highly doubtful that any such program would meet with much success. After all, governments and other entities have been trying how to figure ways to brainwash people for thousands of years with very little to show for their efforts. I could sort of argue that they've probably got lots to show for their efforts. But on the other hand, the folks at DARPA seem to think that new advances in technology might have changed the game a little bit. Now, at the time this was written, 2011, smart technology, iPhones and Android devices were sort of relatively new and not exactly in the hands of every individual, as is the case now. They were sort of still quite sort of expensive and quite exclusive, and only sort of 1 in 10 people may have had a smart device, where some of us still had the old-fashioned flip type phones. But back to the article. New types of brain scans can, for example, show a brain being changed due to a received message. And highly sophisticated electronic sensing devices are able to pick up even the slightest of nuances in facial expression. Remember, we have facial recognition now bedded within our camera that is pretty much recording all the time. If or not you have disabled it, regardless, it is still there recording each and every time. And many people have the facial recognition as their security lock on their phone. They sort of flash their face and the phone unlocks. So again, bear in mind this is 11 years old, and how many things that sort of now are sort of common knowledge and been accepted within the world of technology, and sort of all of this sort of technology does seem to be residing within our smart devices. But if the two technologies, the article continues to say, could be brought together, the thinking goes perhaps people could be scanned without their knowledge and found to be either vulnerable to messaging or already changed in some way by messaging. from a suspect source. In such case, they could be targeted for specialized messaging that has been shown through research to be effective in overriding what has occurred in their unknowing noggins. Each phase is supposed to go for 18 months, though there doesn't appear to be any component of the project that calls for publicly publishing results found or describing product deliveries after completion. And that pretty much finishes up that article from Physics.org. But guys, listen to what they are saying, and take into consideration how in today's society it's extremely hard to navigate any news feed without seeing memes of one variety or another. Now, not all memes are nefarious, not all memes are propaganda, but the vast majority of them are, and what they are being used to do, even if they do seem very harmless and obscure, they are in fact implanting the messages slowly and the programming, piece by piece until you're more subjected to the messaging that they want you to receive and what they want you to be programmed with and what they want you to have as your belief system. And we have artificially intelligent algorithms, we have our own personalized artificial intelligent handler that resides within our smart devices, and we sort of give it access to all of our inner secrets and inner knowledge through sort of creating Google accounts and agreeing to sort of terms and conditions on various apps that gives the artificial intelligent handler all the information it could possibly want to know us better than ourselves, and then relay this information to somebody like DARPA at the Narrative Network, who can then tailor-make specified memes that they can then target and deliver to individuals or groups of individuals. So that was physics.org. It was a pretty short and sweet, but very much to the point article explaining exactly what the DARPA Narrative Network can do and what his intended purpose was. And again, this was way back in 2011 when smart technology and Apple and iPhone were, or Apple and Android rather, were still very sort of brand new, desirable concepts to a lot of folks. But now everybody has a cell phone and a smart device, if not multiple smart devices, on their person or within their whole household that is ever recording, ever watching, ever listening to what we have to say, and can relay this information that can then target and tailor make our own personalized programming. And the way that they are delivering that programming in recent times is through memes, where we are going to go and look next. Right, here at Gang Stalking, Mind Control and Cults.com, we're looking at a very short, not really very informative article about a project for mind control coming out of DARPA, and this mind control project was working towards narrative disruptors and inductors, and we just heard all about the Narrative Network in a few years after its conception. This was an advancement, I'm guessing, in that research to work towards controlling the minds of the masses, but on the 28th of February 2015, Mind Control, the fringe towards narrative disruptors and inductors, was mapping the narrative comprehension network and its persuasive effects. And in July of 2013, internet rumors began circulating about a DARPA research project that aimed at controlling the human mind. An article published by Activist Post. It was stated by a whistleblower that revealed that a military mind control project at a major university was underway. And what if the government could change people's moral beliefs or stop political dissent through remote control of people's brains. Now, remote controls humans are something we have looked at previously in the past here at Reality Decoded, and it all kind of works all hand in glove and all together in the mass manipulating of the mindset. And DARPA seems to be behind a lot of this medical warfare, and they are not the only player in memetic wars. If they were the only enemy using memetic warfare against us, we might stand a chance. But sadly, the United States government, the United States military, NATO, the United Nations, the United Kingdom government, the list is pretty much endless of how many people are investing millions and millions of dollars, of pounds or euros into memetic research, and in particular how to utilize military memetics in civilian terms, should I say. But it sounds like science fiction, right? Well, a leaked document reveals that the US government, through DARPA, who is a government contractor of course, and not an actual wing of the government, which gives them sort of plausible deniability as to what DARPA may or may not going on. But it is very close to accomplishing in this. And again, this was back in 2013, a couple of years after the narrative network's conception. But Activist Post was recently contacted by a whistleblower. No one necessarily is blowing whistles that ain't meant to be heard, so take of it what you will, and maybe add a pinch or handful of salt to your discretion as to what you make of this article. But he was working on a secret ongoing mind control project at DARPA, and the aim of the program is to remotely disrupt political dissent and extremism by employing transcranial magnetic simulation, the sort of thing that can be simulated from your cell phone, I'm pretty sure, in tandem with a sophisticated propaganda based on this technology. TMS stimulates the temporal lobe of the brain with good old electromagnetic fields, another topic and subject we have spoken greatly about. I think most recently would have been in an upload titled Havana Syndrome. Go and check that out. But frequency, weaponry and technology and mind control is something we have also spoken a great deal about at Reality Decoded, as well as memetics, which we are looking at more in depth this evening. But the program conducted by the Center for Strategic Communication is based at an Arizona State University, and the DARPA funding for this project can be confirmed on the ASU website, and there's a link to click on so you can get that confirmation. And the head of the project, Steve Corman, has worked extensively in the area of strategic communication as it applies to terrorism and extremism, or what could be called the war of ideas. Read more on that, but we won't be doing that today. But the author of this article sent out for a Freedom of Information Act request to the OSD, US and DARPA regarding this project, and below he received some documents which unfortunately I tried to click on, but you can't open them. But there you can see he did receive some documents. But that's pretty much all it is saying here on gang stalking, mind control and cults about the DARPA mind control project. And there are a few more articles out there on this if you choose to look into it further yourself. I'm trying to sort of keep this a little bit brief and maybe try to streamline the length and duration of these presentations, and maybe spend a little bit more time afterwards live in the studio talking about what we've just seen. So that is that for gang stalking, mind control and cults.com, a very interesting website. Again, I would recommend, if you're interested in stuff, checking it out. But let's go and check out some more articles on meme control, narrative networks, and how exactly they sort of are working to change the minds of the masses. So stay tuned, guys. We're coming back right now with another new article. We find ourselves here at LinkedIn.com to read an article from 2018 that reads Memes That Kill. The Future of Information Warfare. Now, this is a slightly longer article than the others that you'll see in this presentation, but this one actually contains the most information, does give us a little bit of a deeper look into the exact sort of goings on in how mimetic warfare, military mimetics truly works. And by the end of it, you may kind of start to see the darker nature of memes. But the article starts out by saying memes and social networks have become weaponized. And while many governments seemed ill-equipped to understand the new reality of information war, I would contradict and suggest that many governments probably seemed very well equipped and understand only too well the concept of the new reality of information warfare. But how will we fight state-sponsored information and propaganda in the future? Well, we won't know how to fight it unless we understand what it is and how the different information and propaganda is spread, which is why I do these presentations for you on military mimetics. But this article comes from CB Insights, and for the full version, you can check us out here. Unfortunately, to get the full version, you do have to register and subscribe to their news list. But back in 2011, a professor with a background in robotics presented an idea that seemed radical at the time. But after conducting research backed by DARPA, and the same defense agency that helped spawn the internet, good old Dr. Robert Finkelstein proposed the creation of a brand new arm of the United States military, a meme control center. In internet speak, the word meme often refers to a amusing picture that goes viral on social media that contains a message in text with it. But more broadly, however, a meme is any idea that spreads, whether the idea is true or false. In this broader definition of meme that Finkelstein had in mind when he proposed the meme control center and his idea of mimetic warfare. And here's a diagram from the PDF on military mimetics, mimetic warfare, that sort of points out and highlights how it works. So on the left-hand side of the screen, you can see a box that reads Mimetics for Intelligence and National Defense, MIND, Mind, R&D Center. Then those memes get sent over to a meme control center, who then delivers them down the chain of command to a meme control officer, who may well be an artificial intelligence supercomputer with billions of algorithms at its disposal to create the exact desired content that will gain the desired reaction. And what the meme control officer then does is send the memes out to two separate processing centers. One, the meme processing center for the pro side of the argument or propaganda, and the counter meme processing center, which is the more dangerous of the two, for the counter propaganda of whatever agenda or narrative is requiring the use of memes to deliver the desired message. And both of these processing centers, pro and against, then distribute their memes to the world, where they get shared, replicated, and redistributed. And it says there that that was taken from the PDF of military mimetics. But basically, Finkelstein's meme control center would pump the internet full of memes. And you can't deny, guys, that each and every day that you use your social media platforms, whatever they may be, you are going to come across a meme or two. They are literally saturating the internet. And I would go as far as to say that certainly social media platforms platforms are the battlefields for memetic warfare, and they are the main delivery system for the messages contained within memetics. But Finkelstein happened to see a future in where guns and bombs are replaced with rumor and digital fakery, as well as social engineering. And again, the social engineering is very, very evident in my eyes as an observer in contemporary times. But here's another little graphic from that PDF on military memetics that shows you the tipping point, and it says here that the rumor is the most contagious of all social messages, and social media is ripe for the spread of rumors. And once upon a time, tabloid newspapers and maybe magazines, morning shows on TV were sort of fueled and generated purely by gossip and hearsay. But they contain sometimes a little kernel of truth within the rumor or within the urban legend that is being distorted in three directions. The first one would be level entry, and this is sort of for the very, very basic minded, I guess, that don't really want to do sort of more than just press share or retweet, and this will leave out details essential to understand the true meaning of the incident or the message, but provide a very, very, very tiny kernel of sort of factual truth to it. The second way that they do these things is to sharpen the story, i.e. make remaining details more specific, so sort of highlight the part of the messaging that they really, really want to sink in to sort of the next level of meme troops that are sort of being created via social media, depending on how much of this propaganda in memetics that they truly absorb. And the final sort of third wave of this is to assimilate the story, i.e. to change the story so that it makes sense to those spreading the rumor. So pretty much you sort of tailor make and design the tailor as the story as you evolve it. So you sort of provide the initial memes, and depending on what is responded to the most or how people are reacting to certain things, then you can continue to sort of tailor make the story in that desired direction. Again, saying that it was taken from the tutorial on more military memetics back in 2011. Fast forwarding 7 years to the time this article was written, Finkelstein's ideas do not seem radical at all. In fact, they seem very far-sighted. The 2016 US presidential election was shaped by a volatile mix of fake news, foreign meddling, and doctored images, as well as massive email leaks and even a cartoon meme in the shape and form of good old Pepe the Frog. And not to mention a conservative news site called Infowars. But it no longer seems silly to say that the future of warfare isn't on the battlefields, but it is on our screens and in our minds, and our social media feeds, as I've already said, have become the battlefields for these information memetic warfare campaigns. But military and intelligence agencies around the world are already waging secret information wars in cyberspace, and their memes are already profoundly influencing public perceptions of truth, power, and legitimacy, and even more so in contemporary times of 2022, where it seems memes are in fact the main source of the majority of social media users' information, and the majority of social media users influenced by these memetics have become what I like to call memetically educated, that nearly all of their education comes from memes and not necessarily their own individual research. And thought implantation, monkey see, monkey do, is a sort of simplistic sort of version or way of saying what memetics and memes truly are. But this threat is only intensified as artificial intelligence tools becomes more and more widely available. And bear in mind, guys, that the device that you're probably watching this stream on, as well as the device I'm recording this presentation on, contains our own very personal artificial intelligent handler that kind of knows us better than we knows ourselves, knows every sort of little inner secret and idiosyncrasy that makes us, and with that information contained within the metadata that it builds up from each and every individual that it is data harvesting, it then can create and tailor make information, misinformation or propaganda that it knows damn well you are going to react to and is going to titillate your fancy. But consider this, folks, a political bot army or fake user sock puppets. And fake user sock puppets would be sort of real people who are pretending to be something else. They might just sort of create an account that shares memes. They might sort of create an account or a platform or a channel of their own where they deliver mimetic messages in the form of a video or a live stream. I can assure you guys that is not what I am doing. I'm not a sock puppet. I'm not a fake user. I'm as independent and as real as I like to think that they come. But these bot armies and these fake user sock puppets are targeting social media feeds to computationally, I hope I'm reading that correct, spread propaganda. And again, sort of something that's very popular, certainly on Facebook, are little sort of social groups of popular or shared interests. I myself run hundreds, but quite a large amount of groups on Facebook with quite a large amount of members in that groups. But a group on Facebook, for example, can be very, very easy to sort of target in demographic. If it is about prepping, for example, you can send some AI bots or fake users into this group to pretend to be preppers and maybe sort of eventually start spreading disinformation. But back to the article. Online, the truth between, or the line between truth and falsehood is looking extremely fragile and as thin as a wafer-thin rolling paper, and as artificial intelligence researchers develop technologies that can make undetectable fake audio and video in pretty much real time, so to speak. But within a year, so judging by this article written in 2018, that by 2019 it will be easy, extremely easy, to create high-quality digital deceptions whose authenticity cannot easily be verified. Below, we detail the technologies, the tactics, and the implications of the next generation of war. And this warfare, guys, is being carried out in real time, in real life, on our social media screens, and many millions, if not billions, of social media users worldwide are being subject to the frontline battlefield and the mimetics and the propaganda that is being delivered on the pro or the against side of the argument. There is a high resolution version that is available on the subscription website, which we're not going to look at, but there you can see what the image that made up the thumbnail of a whole bunch of people staring at their phones, but the same sort of red light is symbolizing the sort of same messaging going into each and every single one of them from pretty much the same source, their cell phone, which is where most people get their information from. Apologies, guys, this is a little bit blurry. As I said, this isn't the high resolution version I hoped that I could have used for this presentation purpose, so forgive me if I don't have the ability to read all of the words on the screen with the utmost of ease, because my eyesight isn't exactly great to start with, in sort of having to read blurry, squiggly writing through squinted eyes isn't the most of easiest thing. But the first wave of military mimetics is a period of reconnaissance, which is what I kind of sort of believe the last couple of years has been, in particular the sort of earlier days of the lockdown, when everyone was sort of put into self-isolation, self-quarantine, was separated from society, from loved ones, from jobs, families and friends, such forth, in sort of kept company only by their artificial intelligent phone. They probably were spending most of their time on social media platforms. What was going on during this time was the artificial bots and the sort of sock puppets were collecting all the information and metadata on individuals and groups of individuals, and using that for research purposes and for targeting material, is what it sort of says then. So an adversary scopes and steals targets metadata, so they pretty much steal all of your sort of recent and regular posting habits, and then sort of from that conduct a sort of psychotronic or psychoanalysis of individuals or groups of individuals, and then they can sort of tailor make by design the next wave of propaganda, which is weaponization. As I said, I can't really read the words before we get down to the weaponization, but once the adversary has all this metadata, it then uses the metadata to create a psychographic profile or psychographic profiles that will be shared by many of these sock puppet fake users or programmed into the artificial intelligent bot armies that are then going to go out and deliver that message in the memetics. And weaponization is when artificial intelligent embedded editing software is used to generate malicious fake video and audio content, as well as fake and malicious memes that sort of like still videos. You get a picture and you get some words to read that obviously aren't read for you, but they become weaponized, and they either promote the pro side of the narrative or agenda, or they promote the counter side of the narrative and agenda. Then is the phase of attack, and the armies, be them artificial intelligent bots or sock puppets, will then strategically pump deceptive content into the information system. So example would be these bots in sock puppets would have 10 or so memes or variation of the same meme that they would then go out of their way to start posting on social media platforms or within groups on Facebook, or delivering them via shills that are reading from the same script. But once they saturate the information platform or whatever social media site that you use of preference with the messaging, there's sort of no escaping whether or not you're for or against it, or have no thought whatsoever. You are going to encounter this propaganda on your news feeds, whether you want to or not. And there you can kind of see a drawing of an individual that's all very confused, looking at his phone screen, and sort of on that phone screen you can sort of see an individual that is delivering the message that is desired. But machine learning enabled bots feed the content to people that they are most likely to share faked media. So once you sort of got all the information, you've created your fake personas that are gonna sort of share similar mindsets or similar attributes to the individuals that you want to manipulate. You then give them all the information that you need them to share, whether it be fake or not, and they will go out and do that for unwillingly and unknowingly, knowing that they have sort of become an extension in the military memetics, and they are becoming a propaganda delivery system of their own. The infection is when it has become saturated on the social media feed, and more people are seeing it and absorbing it as truth or as fakery, depending on how they see the narrative in their own personal eyes, or within the eyes of the sort of hive mind that they are creating. I mean, it's a little bit kind of like an example in Star Wars, the prequel movies, when you had a pre-programmed clone army that was fighting a droid army that was artificial intelligent and controlled from a centralized computer. All of them had exactly the same ordering and programming within them, and they all behaved exactly the same to one another, and both of them, of course, were controlled by Palpatine, who was pulling the strings of both sides of that conflict, which is very much the case now. The same hands pull the strings to all sides of global wars, and in this particular case, information wars. But the social news feeds, as I was saying, enable the widespread sharing and viewing of deceptive content. And again, it doesn't matter if you share it, or agree with it, you are going to see it at some point or another. And the messaging contained within certainly sort of the picture memes that are the more commonly used as a distribution system, that messaging contained will be implanted in your mind the more times you go up and down and scroll through your social media. But stage 5 would be the destruction, and once the disinformation has run rampant online, eroding society's trust in institution and global leaders, and thus leading to chaos, confusion, and to even rebellion, which is why I think they're sort of counting on the end game of this particular mimetic warfare campaign that we are contemporarily living in, is that many people have been subjected to the messaging in the pro or against mimetics will eventually become sort of radicalized and rebellious, and may even take to the sort of streets to fight against each other, very similar to the battle droids of the Trade Federation and the clone army of the Old Republic, while the perpetrators will sort of just sit back and watch the events going on and eventually reap the benefits. And again, once the sort of clone wars ended within the Star Wars prequels, the one galactic order of the Imperial Empire took the place of the role of the Old Republic once played in the galaxy, and was very much a draconian, tyrannical place to live, if you are familiar with the Star Wars movies, and we will not include the Disney monstrosities within that categorization. But there's a little picture of the rebellious meme warriors that I guess we could call them Meme-Chorian candidates, through a series of programmatics, through the 3 stages of memes, have become so sort of consumed and controlled and under the influence of the memetics that they in turn become radicalized in civil unrest, could possibly lead to martial law, which will probably not be relinquished once the incident has run its course. But if you were sort of building a one world order, and you were working on a depopulation agenda, what sort of people would you want in your one world order? Would you want problematic, non-compliant, questioning everything government has to say types, or would you want compliant, would do anything we're told types to live there? I know who I would be choosing. I certainly want anybody that would question my authority in my own personal one world order. And maybe this is a selection process that the sort of more non-compliant, non-vax anti-maskers will essentially find themselves being rounded up because they've openly shared this content on their social media feed, and once it's on social media feed, it sort of can't be unseen, and this can and could well be used as evidence against them. And certainly in contemporary times, when the United States government has characterized conspiracy theories and talking about anti-government agendas, and in particular speaking about the anti-COVIDian era, as acts of terrorism and terrorist thoughts. And once terrorism law comes into play, it's a very, very different kettle of fish than how regular law does. You can and will or could be detained indefinitely without charge, without a hearing, for the safety and security of the nation. It's always for safety and security that draconian measures are introduced and rolled out. But information attacks can be summed up in 1 century-old word: provocation. I'm not even going to attempt to read the Russian version there of the word. But think of artificial bots in these sort of fake sock puppet accounts as agent provocateurs that are going to sort of add fuel to the fire and stir up the bee's nest until eventually people are going to get burnt or stung. And it is an act that is said to have been practiced by spies in Russia in the Tsarist eras, and provocation describes staging of cloak and dagger deceptions to discredit, to dismay, and to confuse an opponent. And there's a lot of discrediting, dismay, and confusion in contemporary times concerning the COVIDian era and all that else that has been going on under the umbrella of the pandemic. But the drums, banners, and gongs of Sun Seas warfare, added by information technology, may now have evolved to the point where control can literally be imposed with little physical violence, pretty much imposed with a flick of a switch, I guess, or the click of a mouse, or the tapping of a touch-sensitive screen. And that was a quote from U.S. Colonel Richard Savansky, and that was a theory of information war preparing for 2020 that was written in 1995, folks, nearly 30 years ago. If you want to let that sink in, how long they have been preparing for mimetic warfare. But in addition to international interference, politicians have also been known to stage domestic digital influence campaigns. Good old President Trump's campaign has come under increasing scrutiny for reportedly contracting UK-based firm Cambridge Analytica to mine Facebook data and to influence voter behavior in the run-up to the 2016 election. However, we focus on cases of a foreign adversary attacking another country as opposed to the domestic influence campaigns, and it can work for either or. And both, but on a state-sponsored acts of information warfare is what they are kind of basing their research on. And a table of contents below gives you some links to some further information on this subject, and sort of how these things work, which we're not going to click on now because this will take forever and a day to get through. But the rise of digital information, the article continues to say, how did we get here? It questions. Generally, information wars involve two types of attack. One would be acquiring sensitive data and strategically linking it, and or waging deceptive public influence campaigns, which is pretty much what's going on in today's time. Both of these are playing out in real time on your social media feeds. If you were to step away from this presentation and go to your social media platform of preference, you probably will see it right now going on as we speak. But both types of these attacks have made waves in recent years. In one of the most notorious examples, Russian agents staged information attacks intended to influence the outcome of the 2016 presidential election in the United States, and Russian cyber troops reportedly hacked and leaked sensitive email communications from the Democratic National Committee. And it conducted an online propaganda campaign to influence American voters. Facebook agrees with the FBI's indictment that a Russian government-contracted unit called the Internet Research Agency, in brackets the IRA, not the Irish Republican Army of yesterday that terrorized England for many years with a dirty bomb campaign, was responsible for exposing up to 150 million Americans or 2/3 of the electorate, to foreign propaganda via the social media platform. The indictment does not say whether Russia's meddling had an effect or an impact on the election's outcome, but the electoral and media system's vulnerability is a worry for everyone, regardless of partisan politics. Of course, not all leaks are clear acts of war. In some cases, leaks serve as a stepping stone towards accountability and to transparency, as it is now considered the case with the so-called Pentagon Papers that revealed the extent of the US secret war in Southeast Asia. Essentially, leaks are a grey area. Each leak must be examined on a case-by-case basis before it's declared an act of war. And I've said before, nothing leaks that wasn't meant to, and nobody blows whistles that are not meant to be heard. They are all playing a part and all have a purpose in the grand agenda. But targeted disinformation campaigns, however, are not a grey area. They are malicious and they are corrosive, and they are once again playing out in real time on a social media platform near you. These attacks, including disinformation, propaganda, and digital deception, are the focus of this research. And in recent years, information attacks have materialized quickly and can spread very, very rapidly via social media. 4 years ago, the World Economic Forum, good old WEF, always having their fingers in all the pies and all the agendas, it would seem, named the spread of misinformation online the 10th most significant trend to watch in 2014, and in 2018, events like Russian election meddling confirm the systematic state-sponsored deployment of digital information / digital disinformations by a foreign adversary. In other words, between a 2-year period, 2014 to 2016, a bad actor's ability to manipulate information on the internet went from barely being a top 10 concern among thought leaders to likely having a direct effect on the American democratic process. 2022, 6 years later, it is having a direct effect on the minds of the masses around the globe concerning the COVIDian crisis. Whether you're for it or whether you're against it, there's a very good chance one way or another you have been influenced and affected by a form of mimetic propaganda designed and tailor-made for this particular crisis, and most of the narrative of the crisis is delivered in modern times via memetics on social media platforms. So not only American electoral campaigns can be influenced by memetics, the entire globe can be affected and influenced by them, as is the case in today's time. Russia is not only the only country responsible for distorting public opinion on the internet. A university study found instances of social media manipulation campaigns by organizations in at least 28 countries since the year 2010. One can only wonder just how many countries in 2022 are having these social media manipulation campaigns carried out in real time. Pretty much all of them, I would guess, although there's probably some very some impoverished third world countries where such an influence is yet to take a hold. But the study also highlighted that authoritarian, why am I having difficulties with that word? You know what it says. But these regimes are not the only or even the best at organised social media manipulation. Quite often is the case that mercenary military forces are often a little bit better equipped in sort of lack certain moral flexibility that genuine military might possess. But typically cross-border information wars are waged by state-sponsored cyber troops, of which the world has many, and the United States happens to have the most. Little map there of countries that have been influenced this way. But the world is already facing the uncomfortable reality that people are increasingly confusing fact and fiction, and I don't think we are facing the uncomfortable reality. I think the uncomfortable reality is that the fact is people are increasingly confusing fact and fiction from one another, and where exactly does fiction end and fact begin in today's times, one can further question. But however, the technologies behind the spread of disinformation and deception online are still in their infancy, although in terms of human infancy, 6 years later they would already be in preschool, and in technological terms 6 years might as well be 6 centuries of advancement. One can only wonder just how advanced these technologies are right now. In fact, I sometimes wonder if artificial intelligent algorithms can sort of almost mirror a persona based purely on the personalities of an individual, given the data that you provide your cell device to work with. It can create somebody that is almost your identical soulmate, perhaps. But I've often had quite a few people that I've talked to privately on social media platforms in via messaging apps that I've sometimes suspected might sort of just be artificially intelligent generated characters that are just sort of keeping me happy and keeping me busy, or indulging me in conversation in order to harvest more data from me. But I digress there. But the spread of disinformation and deception were in their infancy in 2018, not so much the case now. And the problem of authenticating information is only starting to take shape, and is probably taken shape, but is becoming increasingly difficult as the technology creating it is becoming highly advanced. Put it simply, this is only the beginning. It hasn't begun, guys. We are in full, all-out mimetic warfare. The social media platform battlegrounds right now in real time are abundant, with the mimetic back and forth skirmishes between pro and against groups of individuals during this COVIDian era. And I do sort of believe that the COVID crisis was ushered in order to sort of really kickstart the meme wars on social media. And while sort of everyone's distracted with the disinformation campaigns and the mimetics, the sort of real sort of tyranny is going on in the shadows in the background. And this might well be a period of, it is a period of reconnaissance, but they probably decided who's compliant and who isn't compliant, and a little bit like in Nazi Germany when they used the IBM punch card system to sort of distinguish who was Aryan and who was not Aryan enough in the sort of members of society that needed train rides to re-education camps was compiled and listed, and once the categories were done, then they could go out and start rounding up those people that weren't Aryan enough to live in National Socialist Germany. And I'm pretty sure you know what I'm talking about there. But maybe, judged on sort of content in stuff that you're sharing on social media, you may have already labelled yourself and targeted yourself for future re-education. And the article says that at the moment there isn't any Geneva Convention or United Nations treaty detailing how a nation or maybe an individual should define digital information attacks, or how they should proportionately retaliate as a result of being the victim of a information attack. But as new technologies spread, understanding the tactics and the circumstances that define the future of information/memetic warfare is now more critical than ever, guys. And this is really and truly why I am bringing so many. I don't want to seem like repeating the same message and becoming a meme of my own or a one-trick pony. This is carrying out in real time. This is going on today. Many people, some of you may even have involuntarily sort of picked a side and become part of the memetic military that is spreading this misinformation on social media feeds. And the only way that you can sort of be aware of it is if you're made aware of it, and there are very, very few people that I am aware of that are making anybody aware on the threat of military memetic warfare, and just exactly the true purpose and intent of social media, as myself has done in the past and am doing now. So the purpose of these many presentations on memetics is to make you as aware as you can possibly be on this subject. And trust me, guys, I have researched this a lot deeper than the content I've brought you and the information I've shared in these presentations. For you really to make of what you will. I'm not saying you have to believe what I'm saying or believe what you are seeing. I really share this information so you're aware of it, and now you're aware of it, you can literally make up your mind if or not memes are a true threat to society, or if everything I'm talking about regarding memetics is in complete horseshit. I don't care either way. I'm playing my part in trying to raise the awareness and spread the information and share my research with you all, so you can do that. But the key elements, the article continues to say, of the future of digital information warfare can be found at this link there, which we've already seen before. And that's pretty much the end of that article. As I said, it is a little bit longer than the other ones, but it was a little bit more deeper and detailed into how the military memetics works, and maybe this will give you a greater understanding of military memetics, and hopefully give you a better understanding of how you navigate your social media feed and how you behave on the social media feed. And I'm going to tell you guys, if there's a meme, then it's supporting a psychological operation. So that was it from LinkedIn.com, the article that was titled Memes That Kill the Future of Information Warfare. It is now no longer in the future. It is in our present and contemporary days. That was this guy, this article wrapped up. There is a little bit more to look at before we do wrap this up, so stay tuned, guys, because the next article is coming up right now. Right, guys, so here at aspstrategic.org, the article reads, How Memes Are Becoming the New Frontier of Information Warfare. And this is a more recent article from February of 2020. And there you can see a picture of a cat in a rubber ring that may or may not have been used as a meme template, although I've never seen that particular meme template. Let me know if you have. But everyone has seen a meme, whether they know it or not. They are everywhere, on Facebook, on Twitter, on Instagram. And the most popular ones make it off the internet and show up in newspapers, television shows, or even in films. And you've almost certainly seen Pepe the Frog. And if you haven't seen the classic woman yelling at a cat from 29, sooner or later, you will. But despite seeming like nothing more than silly phrases written on cartoons, memes are becoming a cultural touchstone. And it was only recently, actually, that a very, very good friend of mine, very dear friend of mine, who is very much in the conspiratorial mindset, as of myself and possibly some of you, happened to share a meme that we're looking at now. And you can sort of see that the message of the meme is, we're just a bunch of adults sharing memes 24/7 a day. And once I saw her post this meme, I sort of posted in the comments, do you ever stop and ask as to why that is exactly? But as I said, you will not be, it will be an almost impossible task for you in today's modern society, to be able to navigate a social media newsfeed without coming across a meme or multiple memes in the personal user experience. But they might appear as though they are just little pranks kids play online, yet they are anything but, and I've been telling you this for a long, long time, guys, they are anything but pranks and harmless fun designed just to titillate the humor of social media users. And as we've just read in the article prior to this one, back in 2016, the US presidential election was claimed to be won using the use of memes. And they go on to say that many memes were made by a Russian troll farm to influence that outcome. They don't necessarily need to be using Russian troll farms to create memes to manipulate political electoral campaigns. You can use them to create memes for almost any narrative or agenda you so desire. And Russian troll farms, armed with all your metadata, are easily within seconds can come up with the perfect image and the perfect wording that will appeal to minds that are already under the manipulation and influence of memes. But it wasn't an isolated incident either. Now troll farms are popping up more frequently. In November of last year, that would have been 2019, an undercover reporter revealed a new one in Poland. The memes it's producing focus on the aviation and defense industries and target key decision makers involved in the awarding of a major government defense contract. The memeing, it has transpired, was in fact political memeing. Those memes were a form of information warfare, or what would have been thought of in the past as a psychological operation. Information warfare is often about waging an influence campaign that can change behavior through unconventional memes or means, such as social media. And memes play a part in specific types of information warfare, dubbed mimetic warfare, something you should be able to tell me all about if you are an attentive regular offender of this channel. But early mimetic warfare used a more Dawkinsian concept of memes. And in his 1976 book, The Selfish Gene, something we spoke about and heard from, we've even heard from Richard Dawkins himself on memes. Which is where he first coined the term meme for a cultural product that can replicate and spread. The meme concept had immediate and clear implications for the information warfare campaigners. Meme warfare now more often refers to using memes as individual weapons of information warfare. It's a form of disinformation that can be used to secure strategic goals. Disinformation campaigns go back to at least 1923, when Soviet Union had an office for disinformation campaigns. I'm not going to attempt to read the Russian version of that. And a term coined by Stalin to describe false information carefully constructed within the intention to deceive. And back then they didn't have social media, but they did have something known as red squads, which were sort of black op controlled opposition, communist agents, KGB agents that would sort of pose as members of the public and sort of spread these ideas amongst people. And once they sort of had a sort of group mentality, then those groups could be rounded up and sent off to the good old gulag. But he used them to coin the term, to describe false information that was carefully constructed with the intention to deceive, getting myself back on track. But the internet has ushered in an age when deception can be perpetuated on a mass scale with a simple click of a mouse. The West is desperately lagging in its mimetic capability, and again, when sort of articles come in from the West, they always sort of suggest that the Soviets and the Chinese are so much more advanced in leading the world leaders in these, when it's probably the exact opposite. You always blame your closest enemy for the things that you're doing, as the smoke and mirrors misdirection thing is an age-old tactic, but if or not the United States is lacking in mimetic capabilities, who knows? But with DARPA funding and researching for the United States government, I seriously doubt that it is lacking and lagging in its mimetic capability. But the U.S. Marine Corps Major Michael P. Prosser proposed that NATO open a mimetic warfare center in his 2006 thesis. Again, this is before 2011 and robotic technologies produced the handbook on mimetic warfare. So as I've mentioned, it's been around a long time, guys, a very, very long time, and now we are witnessing exactly what mimetic warfare looks like on our social media streams, and many people have inadvertently become frontline infantry that assist those artificial Russian troll farm bots in their aid to spread misinformation across the globe. But Dawkins, he looked at Dawkins' ideas of memes as units of cultural transmission that held the potential to be used like medicine to inoculate the enemy and generate popular support. He noted that information operations and psychological operations and strategic communications weren't using memes effectively. In the following decade, NATO never did open a meme warfare center, but the idea didn't go away, and it is now starting to gain traction again. At the same time, across the pond, DARPA funded Dr. Finkelstein, as we've already heard of, to investigate how it might weaponize memes. In his presentation to the Social Media for Defense Summit, Finkelstein recommended that mimetic warfare for all public affairs units, the Central Intelligence Agency and the U.S. Army, Civil Affairs and Psychological Operations Command. Whole lot of people there, guys, using military mimetic tactics on your minds. And if you think you are above their influence, you might want to think again. I'm not going to say that I'm beyond the influence, but I am very, very aware, unlike many people, and seem to be one of the very, very, very few people speaking of the dangers of mimetic warfare and the dangers of memes on any social media platform that I am a part of or have a presence on. But it wasn't until 2017 that the European Union and NATO established the European Centre of Excellence for Countering Hybrid Threats. While understanding memes as information warfare, and this falls within its remit, its purpose is more of an analytical than proactive. Currently, it seems the best form of defense is awareness, and this is why, guys, I keep telling and rabbiting on and putting up presentations on memetics, because your awareness to this will be your only shield in defense. That once you realize that you are being subjected to a memetic warfare misinformation campaign on your social media feeds, and you choose to ignore the memes that you see, then you're doing your part in preventing that information from being spread any further. But memes resemble traditional propaganda in a few ways. A hostile government can use them to spread malicious information in a way that is advantageous to it. But there are key differences too, because memes are a common way for people to express themselves online. And it's very easy to make memes without them being suspected as pieces of information warfare or pieces of propaganda. And they can be much more targeted. Traditional propaganda focuses on large groups of people who have some spatial or political link. The way the internet fingerprints users allows hostile actors to draw up their own lists looking for links even users don't know they share. Authoritarian regimes may be less susceptible to memetic warfare because they have more control over their social media system. China employs 20,000 to 50,000 internet police and an additional 250,000 trolls who spread pro-Beijing material domestically and abroad. Memetic warfare isn't just military, but civil as well. Some 1,200 TikTok channels are run by various Chinese civil authorities. TikTok Tavistock, give a shill a meme, but such as police stations, SWAT teams, traffic police, and prisons. They have produced more than 13,000 videos and amassed a combined 4.8 billion views. It's domestic attempt to control the online narrative by the security service, and it is unlikely that a meme such as that of the Chinese police are responsible for assimilating high-profile individuals. So they can kind of build an individual's MO based on the amount of memes and the type of memes that they are sharing. And bearing in mind, guys, once you share this stuff to social media, it is always there to be seen, and the algorithm is already collected that data and information and sent it to powers to be in many private bidders that also pay good money for your information to target you with all sorts of memetic warfare. It might even be something just as harmless as an advertisement campaign, but we are subjected to non-stop memetic information campaigns online on a daily basis, and depending on how much time you spend each day online will determine how much time you are subjected to memetic warfare. But as I said, they can profile a person based on the memes that they have been sharing. Memes can also have dual functions, as there is always the dual technology purpose in any agenda and technology. As well as acting as a form of information warfare, they can also help normalize extreme behaviors through humor, for example. Memes can be a recruitment tool for white nationalist groups, or maybe anti-vax or anti-mask radicalization. The Christchurch mosque terrorist Brenton Tarrant frequently used 8chan. All Chan sites require users to submit images with text. As a result, these right-wing sites are a fertile breeding ground for memes that normalize extreme behavior and reinforce each other. Slowly, the memes seep out into more common areas of the internet, such as Twitter. That everybody on 4chan should be considered a terrorist itself is already a meme on 4chan. And terrorists activities and categorizing what is or isn't considered terrorist threat or terrorist activity is something that is also of particular interest, because it is only in recent years that the United States government has added talking about conspiracy theories as terrorist activities and a terrorist threat. So anybody that is sort of spreading the counter meme narrative on their social media platforms, this can be interpreted as spreading extreme terrorist material, and they can be treated, arrested, and detained as a terrorist, which has very, very different implications than being sort of arrested under, non-terrorist charges. For one, you can be detained indefinitely without charge. And one of the ways information warfare, back to the article, can be fought is simply by raising awareness about issues. Ironically, since it is not the youth who are most radicalized by social media, it's actually the older minds, there needs to be a concerted effort to make people more aware than ever that memes can be harmful. And no one can deny I haven't done my part in trying to make people more aware that memes are harmful, even at the expense of my own ridicule, and even at the expense of a viewer and follower on Twitter, Shadowfist24, who went out of his way to make memes of myself mocking me. Thanks for that, Shadowfist1984, wherever you may be. But as I said, I've been ridiculed and subjected to memes about myself for talking about the dangers of memes. So I'm playing my part in trying to raise awareness, and it's now up to you guys if or not you are retaining or resonating this information, and if you're finally starting to see the threat and true nature of memes is to what they are, then please, guys, go out of your way to do your very minimum efforts to try and, if not raise awareness, but control the amount of memeing that you do. In fact, try to go cold turkey. Try to go a whole week without sharing a meme if you can. But where were we in the article? Making people aware that they are harmful. Awareness that a stranger on Twitter may in fact be a bot or a paid troll or a shill hasn't stopped hostile actors from achieving their goals. They're not trying to win debates online by making convincing arguments, but to amplify the loudest voices in a fight, deepening the divisions between us. So there you have it, guys. That was the strategist, article on how memes are becoming the new frontier of informational warfare, and thus concludes the pre-recorded feature presentation part of this live stream. We will be heading over to the SVP Ship Video Productions studio live, where we can chat, debate, and interact with one another in real time about what we've just seen. So if you want to go and take a bathroom break, you want to go and roll yourself a little something to smoke, or pour yourself something to drink, now is the time to do so, as we take a small interlude before we do return live and alive in the studio. If you found this evening's stream on memetics particularly interested, and you'd like to know more about memetics, head on over to my YouTube channel, click on the playlist links, scroll yourself down, and you will find a playlist titled Memetics, where you can watch such previous live streams as Meme Control, Meme K Ultra, Memetic Mind Control, Wars, Your Mind is the Battlefield, Copy and Paste but Change What the Bunny is Holding, Memetic Mind Control, for hours and hours of information on the topic of military memetics and memetic warfare. Please be sure to check out Reality Decoded's playlist section and click on the memetics playlist for your entertainment, information, and educational purposes. What is up, folks? What is up? Hopefully you guys enjoyed that particularly long presentation this evening here at Reality Decoded as part of the Midnight in the Jungle concept or series, whatever I've decided. But as I promised, here we are live, something I haven't done for quite some time here at Reality Decoded, but some of you folks would have caught me live recently a couple of times on my partner's channel, L78, who is watching. To you, partner Rena, and to you, the regular offenders who have stuck through to this very end. And you know, previously I was going live a little bit regularly with my partner on the shit show, but long time since I've been live solo on my channel. I thought probably part of why maybe I don't get as many viewers as I might like is possibly because of the live interaction and be able to speak and say hello to you. So Al, my beautiful partner in crime, welcome, as well as Forever Flowers, Carol, Marty Lauderdale, Kim, BTS, break the spell. You come in as the late offender, but better to be a late offender than a non-offender. Kim, if I have forgotten your name, forgive me guys. But memes, let me know in the comments now what your thoughts towards memes are after this presentation that might be a little bit different to prior to seeing this presentation. And also, if you want to let me know what you think of the idea of Midnight in the Jungle, which of course is a little bit of a tribute and homage to the late great Art Bell and his late night radio show Midnight in the Desert. And of course Art Bell was also the host on Coast to Coast Dreamland 2020. He did the rounds on late night radio talking about conspiracies, mysteries and myths and all sorts of stuff that I tend to talk about here on this channel. Chippendales, what are you talking about, Chippendales? Sexy, I don't know what you've been token, but some of us regular offenders have witnessed the effects of organic seeds that you've toked before joining one of your live streams, so I say no more on that. Carol, you're very, very welcome. The fact that you, and I think it was also Kim earlier that said her mind was blown by this information, so if I can blow one person's mind, my job here is done and I have served my purpose. If two find it informative and interesting, then that is beyond my expectations. It's like a little bit of overtime bonus pay, just without the financial reward of overtime in that. But Kim says, I figured out memes were being used to push agenda. I did not know to what extent. Exactly, not many people do. And, you know, I think a few more people are realizing that they have become a little bit weaponized and are used for tools of propaganda. But, you know, during that presentation, I know there was an awful lot of information to absorb in it. But if you do recall, we heard from a US military personnel officer, I believe he was, whose name I forget, but it was a Polish sounding name, speaking about the information war of 2020 back in 1995, and they prepared the documents and the PDF and the protocols for memetic warfare before social media really took off and was as popular as it is now. And although in sort of 2011, 2010, when sort of memetic warfare was being passed around in the sort of, we heard about the sort of social media for global security summit, which was where memetic warfare was first presented. But back then, sort of cellular devices were still very limited to sort of a select few. They were very desirable items to the majority of folks, and had not been, brought into the homes and hadn't become part of our everyday life that they now are. You know, it's never a given moment when usually a cellular device isn't without of your reach, and usually when you pick up that cellular device and you click onto social media platforms such as Facebook, such as Twitter, and in particular Twitter. I know in that, the presentation, one of the articles suggested that Facebook was the leading social media platform for influence and manipulating large groups of people. I think Twitter, certainly since Elon Musk took over, and certainly since his OpenAI took control of the reins, the propaganda is rich and rampant, and it is rich and rampant in the form of memes. But as I said, guys, I've shared memes in the past, and it was a little bit of a fascination to me as to sort of where do they come from? And you know, I don't want to sort of claim to be a creator or an artist or anything like that, but I do create, and I am a little bit artistic. I create shit video productions, I create the thumbnails, I create the intros, I create the content. So what I'm trying to say, guys, is I have a little bit of an understanding of how to create things, and when I sort of first become aware of sort of or more aware of sort of memes and sort of found out what they were, my interest come into where do they come from? Who's creating these? I sort of create memes. I've posted a couple on my sort of social media feed back in the day, and like nobody shared them or liked them, whereas I've sort of seen some that were being pushed onto my social media feed that millions of people had liked and tens of thousands of people have shared. And it was sort of, who makes them? Are they being made by sort of individuals randomly that sort of just post it onto their social media feeds with the intention of entertaining their friends, then somehow, you know, wind takes hold of it and it spreads like wildfire throughout social media and becomes viral? And it was sort of that led me to look into where memes come from, and sort of after a sort of few attempts of typing various things into search bars, I found mimetic warfare. And this is sort of way back in 2012, 2013 that I sort of discovered this information, way before I was ever a YouTuber. And when I sort of found this rabbit hole, I was like, whoa, this is fucking fascinating if it's true. And now it's hard to deny it isn't true. You know, social media, I would say probably 80%, if not more, of that content you see on a daily basis will be a meme in one shape or form. But as I said, guys, I have been talking long and hard and for quite some hours already on memes. So let me see what you good folks have got to say. Kim said, yes, that is the part that blew my mind. I'm guessing that is the fact that this was sort of first suggested back in 1995. And of course, when it's suggested in 1995, you have to sort of take into consideration they just didn't think of it on the morning of the summit. They probably had been thinking about that for some time prior to that in, you know, clandestine locations, deep military bunkers or laboratories, or, you know, wherever they do their thinking. So it's been in the planning for quite some time, and, you know, with my sort of research as well into sort of mind control, and memetics being an extension of mind control, but you know, combined with the stuff that I found out about sort of patented technology, how mind control works the best, a targeted individual for brainwashing and mind control methods will be an individual that carries around with him his own personalized transmitter receiver that can receive and transmit electromagnetic frequencies. And the device that you carry around, if it hosted an artificial intelligence that can determine the mood or behavioral patterns of the individual that is carrying it around, it can then alter the frequencies accordingly, and can then target or can change the content that is to be delivered to that individual via social media accordingly to gain the desired mental state or the behavioral effect of whatever agendas are being carried out. Marty says, I'm glad RD is feeling better. Thank you for that. Yes, I am feeling much better. I must say I am feeling better for having, you know, spending a lot more time away from social media, a lot less time editing and researching and all the sort of stuff that goes in to shit video productions. And I think, you know, going forward, you guys are have to kind of get used to less being more here at Reality Decoded, and if or not we get our shit together in regular streaming over on this shit show, we hope so at some point in time. But I think, you know, we could all benefit from stepping away from this. I know my partner, you've been going hard the last sort of couple of weeks on your channel, streaming for long hours, day after day after day after day. I know it is very enjoyable, and it is very cathartic to be able to interact and chat with like-minded people, but the side effects of that, my darling, and any other person that is using social media or technology for great lengths of time in a day, is you are subjecting yourself to the effects that the frequencies can produce on you, and they can target them. But I was going to say, before I do forget, is today is actually the first day I've been able to talk. On Monday I had to have an emergency tooth extraction, and I discovered that one of my rear molars had actually snapped away from the root. A cavity had got so very deep it snapped the root, and that actually was something that my dentist had told me was contributing to me getting some very severe headaches and some very severe congestion symptoms, but they had to pull the tooth out, which sort of come out relatively easy, but the root that was embedded in the gum, that motherfucker did not want to come out for love nor money, and I had to have about 20 injections put into my mouth to sort of numb the pain, and almost literally the guy was kneeling on the arm of the chair with two hands trying to get that fucker out, which it did, and I was in the chair for an hour. But for about a week I haven't eaten anything solid. I've been living on pretty much banana smoothies with a spoonful of peanut butter and sometimes a couple of eggs cracked in them, just to give me some additional protein, and actually today was the first day I managed to eat something solid and have been able to sort of talk a little bit normal and for great lengths of time. Yeah, it never rains but it pours, Carol, but lucky enough it cost me about $50 US for the consultation as well as the extraction, and that also includes the follow-up appointment, which I've got to go on Monday to make sure everything is all right. And I'm not going to lie, I did ask my kind and lovely dentist if he'd be so willing to prescribe me some Vicodin for the pain, which he was more than willing to do. So wasn't all bad. Did sort of have a little nostalgic trip and rekindled my partnership with codeine, even if it was a temporary sort of weekend fling just for nostalgia purposes. But my health in general, I must admit, I can see the and feel the improvement from stepping away and taking less time subjecting myself to technology, and in particular some of the shit that I sort of see on social media. I mean, I'm not really an avid social media follower in the sense I look to social media to sort of guide me. It's the art of war. I look at social media to sort of see what they're telling me to think and have opinions about, and I do that because of my awareness of the mimetic warfare and military mimetics. Although I do use Facebook a little bit differently, as I do have an awful lot of groups that I run on there for sort of personal social interest, you know, retro groups for football, TV shows, even a group for funny mugshots. But I used to sort of enjoy doing that and building groups and communities on sort of Facebook long before I ever decided, why don't I give YouTube a try? And unlike YouTube, my Facebook groups have over 100,000 members and sort of interactions on a daily basis into the 10,000s. It was sort of my sort of success, I guess, at building sort of groups and communities on Facebook that made me think, you know what, if I could sort of transfer that to YouTube, I could have myself a pretty decent channel. But as you know, in recent times I have retitled my channel name to Nobody Watches RD, which I'm actually kind of liking. It's got a quirkiness to it that might sort of make it more popular than it was when it was known as Reality Decoded. But that's a little bit of a satirical punch at myself. off with just a little bit of truth, because I have screenshot and showed you that nobody does watch RD, and I think this week I've had about 14 people watch my videos, and sort of after 5 years of making videos that nobody watches, you sort of get a little bit down in the dumps and low in the tooth, pun intended there for you folks, and sort of think to yourself, is it really worth it, or should I really bother? But I did announce my retirement a little bit ago, but a few folks have sort of given me some encouraging messages, a couple of emails, a few comments left on videos, and people said that they've been watching. That made me think, I do like you guys in a way. I'm not going to be like my partner, say I love everybody. There's very little in life I truly love, but I do like you guys, and I do enjoy spending time with you, chatting here, what you have to say. So I figured, let's not give up the go altogether. Let's just sort of keep it a little bit temporary, and we may come at you a couple of times a month and maybe coordinate, stagnate between sort of here and TSS, and if or not my partner decides to invite me as a pop-up guest on her show, that will probably happen going forward. But I think the less time I spend with technology is going to be better for my health, and I recommend you guys trying to do the same. Maybe try to give yourself a day where you don't pick up the phone until after 5 p.m. or you don't pick up the phone at all, and if you can go one day without picking up the phone, see if you can go 2, 3, 4, 5, before you know it, you won't even notice that you miss it. What are you chatting about? Oh, you're kind of keen on me. Okay, you're talking about that. I get you. Group participations. I must apologise. I'm not actually used to having so many, although we've only got 12. We did have over 20 people watching a little bit earlier, but I do understand it's sort of subjecting you guys to long periods of time listening to me reading with nothing other to look at than the article that I'm reading. You may be forgiven for dozing off or even dropping out, but 12 is better than none, which I have streamed to before in the past, but I am looking to try and increase those numbers, so maybe sort of the less is more. People tend to miss what's not there, or not necessarily, or sometimes take for granted something that is always available. I know what I'm trying to say. I don't know if you understand that, but there we go. It is good that a bunch of you did stick around, and I think during the last midnight in the Jungle pilot episode, we did hit 30 viewers at one point, and this is all a figure that I would be quite happy with, and would be willing to keep pumping out shit video productions to that amount of regular offenders. Not that I don't appreciate you regular offenders, but surely there must be a few more people out there that want to watch RD, especially within sort of what we would consider the conspiracy or truth community, people looking for informations in many ways, guys. Memes are my deadliest weapon, if anything, or deadliest enemy rather. If anything, I am the anti-meme. Memes are designed for the short attention span, consumable information stroke misinformation that's easy to digest, that you don't have to look for yourself, you don't have to research yourself, you don't have to do any more than see it and possibly share it. I am the anti-meme because you need an attention span, you need an open mind, you need a broad imagination to digest this information. So I am the anti-meme. I was going to do a little bit of Sex Pistols then, but remembered the barred tooth will probably prevent me from wailing like Sid Vicious, and I'm shocked to the system, guys. The Sex Pistols, just like the Beatles, were a product of Tavistock, and just as the teenage anarchic free love hippie revolution of the 60s was Tavistockian in its origin, so too was the punk era. I don't know who it was who said they miss the 80s. Fridays that meant more to me than any other comment this evening, because some of you guys do know Ardy loves the 80s, and there aren't that many people who know the 80s like Ardy. And for the nostalgia purposes alone, and just sort of, you know, taking a break from researching DARPA or FEMA or, you know, whatever nefarious clandestine organisations or governments have got going on, sort of my research of 80s stuff is much more enjoyable. I even think to myself, maybe, just maybe, that should be the genre for possibly a future shit video production channel. Just go all out 80s and concentrate on a decade that brought me a lot more enjoyment than the contemporary times. And I'm sure some of you guys will agree the 80s were a lot more enjoyable. They think I'm cute, but they don't want to stick around. You know, sort of like some people like to eat salad for the majority of their week's dietary requirement, but every now and again they like to go and get like a box of chicken nuggets and maybe a Big Mac. I'm the Big Mac and chicken nuggets. It's a guilty weekend treat every now and then, if you know what I mean. But yeah, I might get back into the routine because I really do enjoy the 80s, and I was looking forward to Fridays mainly to sort of listen to 8 hours of 80s music more than the 80s decodes. But I did enjoy the 80s decodes immensely, and unfortunately it was an 80s decode that sort of caused me to decide during that stream to quit while I was ahead, as that 80s decoded on, no it wasn't, it was Dragon Panic, sorry. It was an 80s decode titled Dragon Panic that dropped down to 0 people watching, and I even let it roll for about 30 or 40 minutes before I decided, without the viewers going up, deciding I'm not even going to bother watching it anymore. And that was the moment I decided maybe I need to give it a break. But yeah, maybe as I said, because I enjoy it, and I did sort of, funny enough, this morning I was sort of pottering around and it got sort of close to 10 o'clock, which was the time that the 80s mixtape used to drop, and I sort of thought, oh, I'm going to miss the 80s music today. But yeah, that's good to know. Good feedback, folks. If you love the 80s, then maybe I'll give you some more 80s in the future, and possibly I will work on an all new Midnight in the Jungle next time out, which will probably be in a couple of weeks' time. As some of you may be aware, a lot of the content that was contained within this evening's presentation was previously streamed on this channel. I sort of edited a bunch of previously recorded streams on memetics together to give you sort of a journey from whoa, holy fucking shit, to the mind-blowing. This has been in the planning since at least the very 1990s. But yeah, I am shadow banned. I am very passively stroke aggressively censored, and my mouth is getting a little bit sore and dry now, as I've been speaking for quite some time. But I've just noticed 4 hours and 6 minutes, and you partnerina, you will tell the viewers how I do get a little bit obsessive over my numerology and go out of my way purposely sometimes to edit videos to specific numerologically linked time running times, like 33 minutes and 33 seconds, or 9 minutes and 11 seconds, or 11 hours and 9 minutes. You see where I'm coming from. And I did have a 80s decode on Satanic Panic that ran for 6 hours, 6 minutes and 6 seconds. That is art, folks. That is not easy to do. I dare you, I double dare you to go and see if you can put yourself together a 6-hour stream on the 80s Satanic Panic. Can't really say is it an agenda, a fiasco, a campaign, but there was a lot of hype in the 80s about Satanic Panic. As I said, it's a work of art there. But anyway, it didn't seem like 4 hours. Time flies when you are having fun. But what I was trying to say, that if I could drag this out for another 13 minutes, we've got the 4 hours and 20 time frame, which I might try to aim for. But as I just mentioned, guys, the tooth is getting a little bit dry, and the jaw is getting a little bit active, as this has been the most active it has been pretty much all week. But as for girls finding RDQ, there was a time in my life when I was at school that girls did used to follow me home and stand outside my letterbox, outside my garden gate, and look through the letterbox until my mum would shoo them away with a broom. Yeah, Kim, you're not feeling too good and a bit down in the dumps, so I hope you feel a little bit better in the immediate future, and if not, medicate to your best capabilities to try and make the best of a situation if you can. But yeah, let's try and do a TSS soon. We've been teasing and promising that to our regular offenders for some time, so we should probably deliver on those promises. We like to be doers and walkers rather than non-doers and talkers, although we do talk because we have to stream. That wasn't a very good reference at all, but there you go. Dang right, people weren't so sensitive either. Now people want to watch everything you say or might offend someone. Yeah, that'll help. Cater to the crazes. I'm sure they'll be rational. You're right, the good old times when sort of the 80s you could sort of get away with being politically incorrect and people wouldn't mind. You know, the days of working in the office and slapping the secretary's bum or drooling over the fireman as he washes his engine or swings his hose around. There you go. You know what I'm trying to say. But yeah, I do. I've had sort of bits stuck in my mouth all week, forever flowers. Today was the first day I feels sort of better, and as I said, the first day I had some solid food, but I don't know if I am 10 minutes we might be able to do it. It's a little bit like that episode of Seinfeld when Kramer went out for a test drive in the Saab, and you're like, how much gas is in the tank? Not very much. We see how far we can go. Let's see how far we can go before my tooth and jaw block up completely, or I need to run and pee, because I've drunk a lot of water over the course of the day and last week to keep the socket from going dry. I don't know if I look better in black and white anymore or if I look better in colour. Should we see if we can switch and just have a little experiment? Hang on, no, that's not right. Let's come back to the original. Do I look better in colour? Oh no, I don't like that at all. We've got different, oh no, now I look pink, that's too white. Let's go back to black and white. Sorry folks, let me know which black and, oh, sepia, that looks kind of nice. No, I don't like that one. Let's just leave it the way it was. Kramer. Yeah, I love Seinfeld as one of my more popular or favourite shows to sort of sit back and watch and sometimes binge on, as was Alf. Loved the show Alf. Yeah, that's a little bit annoying. Unfortunately, my other sort of lighting system has gone kapunk because the light bulb broke, courtesy of my cat Bonfilia. So the only light I have at the moment is the one behind me. So my apologies about that. Wear sunglasses if you can. There is the light behind you. As you can see, like 8 minutes to go. I do got an outro for you. It isn't a dancing girl, I'm afraid. I know that is sort of a little bit of a part and parcel of the Ship Video Productions experience, but it's a sort of newer outro to sort of accompany Midnight in the Jungle, which I thought was a little bit more appropriate than the dancing girl. Mighty Lauderdale. Yes, that's right. When the boss pulled me on the lap, lol. The good old days. Now that was a bit far, but crap. I sure didn't sue him. Yeah, I know what you meant there. Yeah, that was a little bit of part and parcel back in the days of sort of going going to work. So, you know, the roles that female played within certain workplaces wasn't the same as they are today. But many sort of secretaries and sort of receptionists were subjected to a little bit of, you know, slapping tickle, as they used to call it back in the day. And funny enough, as a 16-year-old, I worked in a sort of clothes shop. It was a dual, like one side was men's and one side was women, but we all sort of shared the staff room. And on numerous occasions, some older women that worked in the women's side of the store possibly abused me. I mean, I could probably even go as far as to say I was a Me Too victim on a couple of occasions, but you don't hear me crying about it and hashtagging it. I just sucked it up as part of the workday experience. And not to mention, it wasn't exactly unenjoyable at the time, but there we go. JT, have you been around for a while, or did you just pop in? 16 folks are watching now, we're about to end. Isn't that always the way? That's kind of how the algorithm works on me. I noticed that on a few other previous live streams, that usually is a sort of tease that I'm about to get an end. Towards the end, I think YouTube possibly sends out a couple of notifications, say, RD's live, go and watch him, turn up. He's about to end. He's been asking for more viewers to tune in. Although we didn't give him the viewers he wanted when he was watching, we'll give him the viewers he wanted when he's about to end. Say something in the chat so that I can talk about it. The part, it's part of trying to have fun in a bad situation. That's right, as we used to say back in England, just like back in Think of England. And as they say in prison, if you are going to get raped, at least wriggle. Which isn't bad advice, really. Although, pray tell, you never have to use that advice in an active, real-life situation. But we're up to 4 hours and 14 minutes, and I sort of feel a little bit like another one of my fictional influences, heroes, I guess, Alan Partridge, as he was trying to kill time. He's a radio presenter, if you don't know who Alan Partridge is, but in one particular episode, he sort of was trying to kill time between the end of the song and the news, and for like 3 or 4 minutes, you're like, and and news. I found it funny, probably lost on my interpretation, probably didn't do it the credit that it was, but funny enough, Alan Partridge is a little bit of an influence to the way I do tend to try to present at times, and as he was a presenter, he was sort of, I guess, more than an influence behind the whole shit video productions product. Another influence would have been Weird Al Yankovic in the movie UHF, if anybody is familiar with that. It was a movie in which Weird Al inherited a crappy TV station from his uncle, who won it in a game of poker, with some other local elite types owned, you know, big car dealerships, TV stations and other such forth, and didn't really know what to do it, so he gave it to Weird Al, and Weird Al turned it into the #1 station in town by making up videos in shows with his friends. Great movie. If you haven't seen UHF by Weird Al, it's a wonderful piece of 80s movery, if that's a thing. Marty worked with all guys at a good year shop for several years. It was my first real job. I paid attention and vowed I'd never be a nagging wife. That's very true. Workplaces really are just a sort of collective of men who are there nagging about their wife, and why men do so much overtime is they do less work at work than they do at home with nagging wives. And why I live my life singularly and blissfully is because I don't have a nagging wife nagging me to do things I don't want to do. If wives just let men be, the world would get on a lot more better, and I think there'd be an awful lot less divorces. But what do I know? I am just a knower of nothing and an adjuster of junk. Alright guys, 4 hours and 70 minutes. I think we are just going to be able to pull this off. It's sort of always very daunting, especially at the end of quite of a long stream. Think, oh my god, how can I possibly drag this out for another 10 minutes? But somehow we're getting through it with a relative amount of ease. It's a little bit like being at work and you sort of, shut up your desk or clean down the kitchen, whatever your job is, or put your brooms and buckets away you're just about to walk out the door and the boss, hey, can you come back and just do a quick little job for me? And you get that, do I really have to? Effect. I don't know if you noticed there's a cameo by one of my dogs. I believe it was Binny in the background, and I am going to have to rapidly take them out for the walk the moment this stream ends, because as my partner was experiencing, I think yesterday, one of them, two of them, possibly all of them seem to have some very potent gusts of gas excreting from their rectal passages, i.e. they're doing dog farts that stink. Spring this week finally sprung for Everflowers. I think a couple of Sundays ago we had a very, very grey and miserable day, which I think I brought you the first Midnight in the Jungle on, but sort of almost overnight, and it felt like it was overnight last Saturday. Saturday was a sort of coolish evening, I had to put your long pants on and shut a couple of windows at night time. The next day, spring, it was considerably warmer in the daytime, so I need to get a drink. And was considerably warmer in the evening, and I was able to get myself a few hours of sun through this week and top up the tan, which you can't see because I'm in the black and white, and when we went into colour, the lights and the illumination and the filters didn't really do me justice. But on that note, guys, because we're nearly there, 30 seconds away from 4 hours and 20 minutes. I am going to wrap this up. Thank you, everyone, for joining me. The 17 of you that are tuned in now to watch me click up the outro. Some of you guys are going to have to come back earlier next time and stick around for the entire presentation. But thanks for tuning up and showing up, even if it was just for a few minutes at the very, very end. But thank you one and all for tuning in this evening. It's been fun hanging out with you. Hopefully you enjoyed it. Hopefully you found it informative, and I know at least one or two of you did have your minds blown. So until the next time, guys, wherever it may be, here at Reality Decoded, or No One Watches RD as it is now known, be it at TSS or making a cameo guest appearance on my partner's channel L78, whenever that may be. Till then, take care, may the force be with you, and remember to be excellent to each other. And I should have pulled the dancing girl up, no, not the dancing girl, the outro up sooner than I did. So that's it, folks. I'm signing out for now, and as I said, I will see you in the next one, whenever or wherever that may be.
Sit, Ubu, sit. Good dog.